Okay, I've clicked go live. Mute everyone.
We're good to go? We're good to go. I'm getting a nod. Well, look, good morning, everybody, and welcome to BeerX Online. This is new technology. We do understand how casks work and how hammers and shives and keystones work, but we are still getting to grips with the technology. I hope we are. So please do bear with us as we kind of get to grips. As I said, welcome to BeerX Online. My name is James Calder. I'm SIBA's Chief Executive. First off, I just wanted to say a couple of big thanks, really. So first off, a huge thanks to the team within SIBA, not only for the outstanding amount of work that they've done over the past year throughout COVID, but also in helping put this or pull this entire online conference together. It's a great shame, of course, that we can't be in Liverpool and be doing this over a beer, but we have got an amazing couple of days coming up for you. Next slide, please. We're going to be saying that quite a lot as we get to grips with the technology. So as I say, big thanks to the team, but also a big thanks to our sponsors who, of course, have made this online event possible. Big thank you to Kegstar, our headline sponsors. Big thank you to our 2021 official event partners, Brewers Select, Close Brothers Brewery Rentals, Muntons, and Vigo. I also want to say a big thank you to the Brewers Journal, Brewers Congress. I think 2021 has shown us really that working together, collaborating with organisations, we're often stronger than the sum of our parts. So the Brewers Congress, Brewers Journal have been helping us out with this event, and in turn we'll be helping them out with their event later in the year, I think in December. So go and check out Brewers Journal, Brewers Congress if you haven't done so already. Next slide, please. So what have we got coming up for you over the next 3 days? Well, we've got, as you would expect, BeerX UK. We are the biggest and best brewing trade event in the United Kingdom. We've got expert sessions with industry leaders. I'm certainly going to be tuning into if not all of them, a lot of them, because I'm looking to learn a number of things as well, and I hope you will learn many, many things too. We've got some more sort of thought-provoking talks about the culture of brewing. Look out for Paul Jones from Cloudwater. He's going to be giving a talk, I think, on Thursday that is certainly not one to miss. As we have at the live event, we also have some tutored beer tastings. Big thank you to our suppliers who, of course, made that possible and helped subsidise the cost of those boxes. And a big thank you to Saxon Packaging, who put together those really beautiful boxes that some of you would have received in the post. I'm certainly going to be tapping into that one because there was a box left in the office for me the other day. We're also going to have some updates on government policy, as you would expect, small brewers relief, deposit return, those kinds of things that are obviously very, very important to us as an industry, and you will want to get the latest information on. We've also got some Zoom networking sessions. Again, no substitute for having a beer around the bar at BeerX in Liverpool, but they will be the next best thing, and it will give you guys, the brewers, the suppliers, the wider people within the industry, an opportunity to have a chat in breakout rooms and so on and so forth. So do go and have a look at that. And of course, we will finish the conference on Thursday with the SIBA Business Awards 2021, celebrating the best of what our industry can do and highlighting the amazing work that all of you guys are doing. So everything you need is over at beerx.org. Next slide, please, Jenna. That is kind of your one-stop shop for all of the information. The schedule is on there, information about all of our suppliers and all of our supporters too. So anything you need, go over there. Again, all the information will also be on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and so on. So there's no excuse not to be connected, and there's no excuse not to listen in. Next slide, please. So what I wanted to do really as part of my opening talk is really go back to basics and ask the question, what do we exist as SIBA to do? Everything that's been going on over the past year, we were somewhat foolish enough to also launch into a new strategy review. So SIBA's strategy our current strategy officially came to an end last year, and we need a new strategy in place to help us recover from coronavirus and address all of those kind of structural challenges that have been present in the marketplace for a very, very long time. So as part of that, as I said, I wanted to go back to absolute first principles and determine what SIBA is really all about and what do you need from us. Next slide, please, Jen. So quite simply, I think these are the 6 things that are core to our mission. certainly core for me and the things that I'm passionate about and the team are passionate about. So first off, we exist really to fight for and represent you. And that can be in any number of different arenas. That can be in government, it can be with bigger companies that are not treating people properly. And I hope over the past year, the work that we've done demonstrates that we are committed to fight for and represent you. We'll never achieve, or we'll sometimes never achieve, all of the things that we set out to. And there are certainly things that I regret that we didn't get over the line in the past year. But all of our work around the reopening, around takeaway beer, getting support in Scotland as a start, but not the rest of the country, I'm certainly proud of, and I certainly will stand by that track record. We didn't get everything, but I think we did pretty well within the team that we've got. We also exist to provide clear information and advice. Again, I think over the last year we've demonstrated, and I hope that we've demonstrated, and that has been useful to you. We've had to deal with a huge number of different regulations, rule changes in the 4 different nations of the United Kingdom, and we've done our best to keep on top of those and keep you informed about what you're able to do and what you're not able to do. We also exist to promote independence. This is absolutely core to our mission. The multinationals are out to eat our lunch, and consumers do need, they need to understand that we need to be able to communicate to them why independent brewers are better, why independent beer is better, and give them the tools to be able to determine what is and what is not. I think that's really, really key. We also exist to help you run better businesses, and that can be through practical advice, guides, tools, seminars, training, any number of things. We want to help you brew better beer, sell more beer, and run better businesses. That's absolutely core. Fifthly, we exist to help champion great beer, and that can be through the Assured Seal, or it could be through competitions, which I know are an absolutely fundamental part of what we do. And I really, really miss SIBA competitions, and hopefully once the economy starts to open back up, we're going to be getting back out there, having beer competitions, and actually starting to enjoy life and get back to life as it was, or start to get back as it was. And lastly, I think a core one for us, we help to provide access to market in difficult places. That is core to SIBA. It could change, and we're looking at how we change that as part of this wider strategy review, which you will all be hearing about once we get to the AGM, which will be in June. We're still confirming where that might be because there's been some changes with the BFBI Bev Expo. So you'll be hearing about SIBA's wider strategy review, how we're going to start building on these 6 priorities, these 6 themes in due course. So do please keep an eye out for that. Next slide, please. So also, as part of my opening comments, I really just wanted to reflect back on 2020 a bit more, really, and kind of give you a baseline from where we're starting. So next slide. These statistics were drawn from a survey that we did in January of around 100 brewers. 2020 was obviously a horrible year. It's been horrible for all of us, and particularly horrible for small independent brewers who have not received the same kind of support from government than we would have liked, or indeed the rest of hospitality. What these figures really show is, a 10-year effectively drop back in growth. 200 million fewer pints of craft beer were brewed last year than they were in 2019. And the real challenge, I think, for all of us is understanding what the market is going to look like and how we can rebuild that and get back up to where we were, and indeed have a stretch ambition of growing the category further. It's certainly going to be a challenge, but it's certainly something that we're thinking about. I think one thing to mention, the smaller you are, generally speaking, the less hit you were, but that's not an absolute golden kind of standard. But for smaller brewers below 1,000 hectolitres, their production volume wasn't as hit as significantly by those in the larger category. Generally speaking, the smaller people were, the more agile they were able to be. But if you don't have pubs and you didn't have a canning or bottling machine, then my heart really does go out to you, because you were in the stickiest of all those kinds of situations. Next slide, please. So what I want to do really is just kind of convey to you all really the immediate challenges and questions that all of you guys within the brewing trade, both suppliers and brewers, are asking, we are also thinking about too. Next slide, please. So cash flow is obviously king. Realistically, we're still 99 days, at least 96 days, I think, away from pubs being fully reopened, and therefore pubs being able to turn a profit and ordering in any way that they would have done before. So getting those grants through, which are so desperately needed, is an absolute priority. And we're going to be launching a campaign, a new campaign very, very soon, on the anniversary of when the legislation was passed, which shut down pubs, which will be the 23rd, next Tuesday. So do keep an eye on that campaign and how you can help and how you can get stuck in. We're also obviously thinking about getting reopened. There will be new restrictions. They'll want to tweak things as they go. So again, we will be keeping you informed on what all of that means. Longer term, or in the short to medium term, competition on those taps and hand pulls is going to be really, really fierce. As I said, the multinationals are out to eat our lunch, and we've all got to be thinking about how we can make sure we can promote our products, promote your products, so you're in there and you're getting what you need. Again, if there's anything happening within the marketplace, if there's any I don't want to say malpractice necessarily, but if you spot anything which any company, large, small, whatever, is doing that is restrictive and you feel isn't fair, let us know so we can help build a picture and we can then try and do something about it. We also need to think about, what will demand in the market look like in the new normal. I think we're going to see a big bump over the summer. There's going to be a big kind of hoo-ha. Everybody's going to want to get back to the pub. I certainly will. But some people are still going to be reticent about going out. Some people's habits have changed. Some people are going to be drinking more at home, which of course is no bad thing. But we need to understand what the shape of the market will look like and where that level will return to, because I suspect it won't return to 100% of what it was previously. Next slide, please, Jen. So what do we need from government? Well, as I said, priority grants are absolutely vital. In Scotland, we got £1.8 million worth of funding, but that hasn't been forthcoming in England, Wales, or to an extent, Northern Ireland. As I said, we're going to be launching a campaign probably in the next 24 hours, 48 hours or so, that gives you the opportunity to get in that and ask your MPs, ask policymakers directly and demonstrate why you need that support. Alongside all of this, Small Brewers Relief has obviously been kind of ticking over. The consultation is still live. It is very, very technical. It is long, but I would ask all of you out there, please do engage with it. Please do read it. Look at the guidance that was published by SIBA last week to kind of help you fill that in and help understand some of the bigger questions. We've also got a session, I think later in the week, from Eddie Gadd and Barry Watts, our head of public affairs, to kind of explain in more detail what the SBR consultation really means. You're all, of course, still paying VAT, business rates and duty, and in the short to medium term, we need government to recognise that that is the biggest burden, and that will be the thing that holds our sector back. And of course, we need fairer access to market. By all means, this is not an exhaustive list. I could talk for many, many hours about the things that we need from government, but I think for us, those are the key things. Next slide, please, Jen. So my priorities and our priorities for 2021. It's been a hell of a year, but we're in the position now. I think BeerX is, the start of things getting better, and I hope everybody kind of feels that way. But even though we've had a really, really rough year and it's taken the toll on all of us, it's certainly taken a toll on me and it's taken on a toll on the team. We've got to pick ourselves up and think about what SIBA's priorities really are for 2021. So for me, that's launching SIBA's new strategy and engaging with all of you and engaging with the SIBA board and what that might look like. It's continuing to fight and represent you on the things that you need. And it's also about growing SIBA's membership. There was an aspiration for SIBA to represent 1,000 brewers within the UK. I think that's eminently achievable within the next couple of years. And I would really, really like as many brewers as possible to join SIBA, back your trade association, because really we're the only horse in the race for defending and protecting our industry. But the challenge also flips back onto us, because it's my job and it's the team's job to demonstrate to any brewer that's out there the reasons for why they should become a SIBA member. And we've got to work even harder to grow SIBA's membership. So they're my 3 priorities for the year. I'm kind of cracking through this rather quickly, but that's I think where we are. One nice thing that I would, it's a great privilege to be able to do. Next slide, please, Jen. Every year, SIBA appoints or awards an award to somebody who's made an outstanding contribution to the brewing industry, and this year is no different. So by way of background, the SIBA board normally creates a shortlist of individuals. The SIBA board then votes on that shortlist for the candidate to become SIBA's Lifetime Achievement Award 2021. So the individual who won the award this year, absolute titan of the brewing industry, arguably made a bigger kind of contribution to brewing and real ale and craft beer than perhaps any other individual. Of course, he sadly passed away last year, so it would have been lovely for him to be here. But what we do have instead is Rob Eastwood, Tony Eastwood's son from Small Beer, of course, to accept the award. It gives me great pleasure to announce this year's SIBA 2021 Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Tony Eastwood the founder of Small Beer. Rob, do you want to say a couple of words? If we might just take a second to flip the screen over. I think we're good. We're good. Over to you, Rob. If you want to unmute yourself, Rob. The phrase of 2021.
Thank you, James. Wow, when you called me yesterday morning, it was a very touching phone call. Thank you. I was right in the middle of trying to organise how we're going to get out of this mess, yeah, it was a very touching moment. Thank you. First thing I did was call Mum to tell her, obviously, and what it would be remiss of me to not point out that behind my father was a very strong lady, my mother, and they very much did it together. So I'm going to award this to both of them rather than just Dad, if that's okay. But Dad clearly being the face of it and certainly the belly of it. He was, he was just absolutely in love with beer. He loved drinking it. He never brewed it, unbelievably. So your words are very touching, to be fair. So, whilst he was involved with brewers and he just loved being around breweries, pub crawls, the amount of times we were as kids on holiday and Dad just went round the back to have a look at what cask empties they got or disappeared off on a pub crawl while Mum dragged us around the shop. So, beer's been in his blood despite being a town and country planner by trade. So it's been really nice to recognise that. It was our 40th year last year, as with SIBA. Not quite how we planned on celebrating our 40th year, and certainly we didn't have Dad sort of not being with us by the end of it down on the list. So it was a tough year, followed by probably the toughest end. And it's been really nice. All of the messages we've received, the emails, the cards. It's been lovely, really. It's been very touching. A shame that we have not yet been able to sort of celebrate his life with everybody, but this does go in some small way to do that. So we're really proud to accept this on Dad's behalf. Karen and I, who run Small Beer now, along with Mum's guidance, are really looking forward to the challenge ahead. Some people may think it's dark times ahead for cask beer in the pub. I think opposite, providing we work hard and get our strategy right. Cask beer will be what pulls Small Beer through this crisis, and I think it'll be one of the key drivers in what pulls the industry through. So thank you very much, James, for your very touching award. It's been very heartfelt, and thank you very much.
No, that's an absolute pleasure, Rob. Thank you for those words too. I mean, as I said, Tony was an absolute titan of the brewing industry. Arguably did more for real ale craft beer than perhaps any other individual single-handedly, and quite right. It should go to the both of them. Absolutely fine. So that takes us on. So many congratulations to Tony. But that does take us on to a special award. Next slide, please, Jen, if that's okay. So ordinarily we would award one award, the Lifetime Achievement Award, but this year is also a special year for another organisation that's very close to all of us, perhaps the only other organisation that courts as much controversy as SIBA in the brewing world. I think that's fair to me to say. So it also gives me great pleasure to announce that this year the SIBA board will be announcing a special recognition award that goes to the 4 founders of the Campaign for Real Ale in their 50th birthday, which actually is today. So special recognition award this year, gives me great pleasure to say, goes to Michael Hardman, Jim Mackin, Graham Lees, and Bill Meller, to recognise, without CAMRA, the industry wouldn't be kind of where we were without them either. So I think we've got Graham on the line, who is going to say a few words to accept this award too. Graham, over to you. If you want to unmute, Graham. Everybody's guilty of this, aren't they?
Can you hear me now?
We certainly can. Over to you, Graham.
Okay. Well, James, it's a pleasure on behalf of the 4 to thank SIBA for its generous tribute to us. It was entirely unexpected. Some might say that 4 grumpy young men have evolved over 50 years into 4 grumpy old men. But it was Grumpy that got things going originally. And all those years ago, the 4 of us never imagined the impact that CAMRA would have. the demise of those wretchedly insipid keg beers like Red Barrel, the breakup of the Big Six brewing combines, and the emergence of so many new breweries and beer styles, and so many bold entrepreneurs. I think when CAMRA began in 1971, there were less than 100 breweries left in the UK, and today there are over 3,000. Together we have achieved much, but I think that despite many battles won, the war is certainly not over. Sharks are still circling out there. The recently failed bid for Mars, for example, by the US Platinum Group. And the future of the pub, I think, well, the four of us think, is in jeopardy as never before for numerous reasons. And certainly, if I was starting over today, it would be the campaign for the revitalisation of the British pub. But anyway, thank you very much for the awards on behalf of the four of us, and good luck to you all in the future.
That's great. Thank you, Graham. Interesting thoughts. And yes, you're quite right that there are significant challenges ahead. But I think CAMRA, just to say, SIBA and CAMRA do work very closely together. I probably speak to Tom on if not a daily basis, every other day or so, and more often than not, our policy perspectives and what we need are aligned, and it's a case of working together, collaborating as best we can within the industry to meet those objectives and achieve what we need to achieve. That takes us to the end. We've rattled through that pretty quickly. All that remains to me to say is once again a big thank you to our sponsors for making BeerX Online happen, for the team for making it happen. Many congratulations to the four founders of CAMRA and to Tony Eastwood and his son Rob for winning the Lifetime Achievement Award. I hope everybody enjoys the sessions that we've got for you over the next 3 days. There's some crackers in there. I'm certainly going to be watching along, listening along and learning as we go along too. The next session is up at 11 o'clock. With Close Brothers and I think Jeremy from Utopian Brewing, who's going to be talking about lager, their journey, decoction, mashing, all of that kind of stuff. So hope you enjoy BeerX. Hope that was a good start. I'm the least interesting and least important person in all of this, I promise you. So I'll leave it there. Next session's at 11 o'clock. Hope you enjoy. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're off. We off, guys?
Leave the meeting, yeah?
Everyone, and welcome to session 2, SIBA BeerX Online. Just a quick thank you to SIBA for setting this up. It's really good to be able to still get together, albeit not in person. So this is classic lager brewing, decoction, mash, methods and malt with Jeremy from Utopian. I'm Ray Morrissey. I'm one of the sales managers at Close Brewery Rentals. We specialise in cask and keg rentals, including our e-cask product and repair and maintenance for containers and equipment finance. I'm really pleased to introduce Jeremy. He's the head brewer of Utopian, and he'll be leading this session. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thanks for the intro, Ray, and thanks to all of you for joining me today. I'm going to be diving into possibly one of the least sexy and most controversial topics which surrounds lager brewing, boiling mash, aka decoction mashing. I'm not really sure who would be interested in this, considering we're in the UK, but if SIBA want to indulge my personal passions, I'm not going to say no. I've got to warn you, I'm going to try and cover a lot of material with you today. So without any delay, let's jump into a recap of the last 500 years of lager brewing history. Next slide, please. So lager is a beer which is fermented with lager yeast. That's as simple as it gets. I know some of you might be tempted to call your Kolsch or blonde ale a lager. I get it. You want to ride the hype train of bottom fermentation. Who wouldn't? But lager isn't all about cool fermentation temps and cold lagering. It's about the yeast. Lager yeast, known as Saccharomyces pastorianus, formerly known as Carlsbergensis, is a hybrid of common ale yeast and a wild yeast known as Saccharomyces eubayanus. Eubayanus has the unique ability to thrive in the cold, and it's this adaptation to cold temperatures which sets lager yeasts apart from ale yeasts. The existence of bottom fermenting yeast can be traced back to the 15th century in Franconia, the area around Nuremberg. The process of brewing lager, and where the English name comes from, stems from the seasonal nature of brewing before artificial cooling was invented. By law, brewers in Bavaria were only allowed to brew between the months of October and March, when it was cold enough that the beer wouldn't spoil or go sour. This created a problem. Brewers had to ensure they brewed enough beer to last through the summer months until they were allowed to start brewing again in October. And of course, if the beer went off in the middle of July, or they ran out, they were going to have some angry villagers to answer to. In order to keep beer fresh, breweries built lager cellars underground where the ambient temperature was cold the entire year. The seasonality of brewing really worked to the lager yeast's advantage. Lager fermentations are quite slow, and the beer would be transferred into a cold lagering cellar with significant fermentable extract, allowing the lager yeast to continue slowly working for months, effectively protecting the beer from spoilage. There were two types of beer being brewed with lager yeast. Winter beer, which was a lower strength, lower hopped beer. It was brewed in the winter and consumed relatively fresh, about 4 weeks after brewing. Summer beer, which as the name suggests was consumed in summer, was a bit more powerful, bit hoppier, and had to last many months without going off. Both of these beers would have been some shade of brown, maybe a little bit smoky from the use of direct kilns. And summer beer was eventually rebranded as lager beer, and winter beer disappeared into obscurity. With the introduction of modern malting techniques and the indirect kiln from England, higher quality, more consistent, and paler malts became available. The technological advances paired with changing consumer preferences led to the development of the various styles we know today. Pilsner, Helles, Vienna, and eventually adjunct lager. The biggest win for lager brewing was arguably the advent of artificial cooling at the end of the 19th century, when all of a sudden brewers around the world, from Mexico to India, could start making lagers, and it took off. Where this story meets the presentation today, our talk about decoction, is intertwined with the industrialization of lager is a rise in popularity of the decoction mash. We'll cover this in detail later, but for now, decoction mashing is essentially a technique where part of the mash is boiled in a separate kettle before being returned to the main mash, whereby the temperature in the mash tun is increased through various step temperatures. I know what you guys are thinking. You didn't come here for a history lesson in lager. You just want to know why you should boil your mash, right? And we're going to get right to that, promise. But first, let's take a quick look at the history of boiling mash. It'll be fun. Next slide, please. For some reason, decoction is one of the most controversial practices that a brewery can use today. Our understanding of the reasons why we should use decoction are based on a pretty shaky historical understanding of the process. And I think if we have a better understanding of the development of decoction mashing, then the why becomes much easier to understand. Decoction is often referred to as the traditional method of brewing in Germany and the Czech Republic. It's suggested that decoction mashing was developed to break down the poorly modified malts brewers had access to at the time. It allowed brewers to perform a step mash, favoring cytolytic and proteolytic enzymes at a time when thermometers weren't being used. And there's some truth to this. In a decoction mash, you physically break down the grain during boiling, meaning lower modified malts can be used successfully. But I think this is a bit of an oversimplification and doesn't give much credit to the ingenuity of brewers at the time. As far as I can tell, even in Bavaria, there were multiple mashing methods in use well into the 19th century. In the largest brewing city in Bavaria, Munich, the classic triple decoction mash was used, which they called the Bavarian method. In Augsburg, only an hour's drive from Munich, a method was used called Brauen auf Gas, where the entirety of the mash ended up being boiled. You heard me right, the entire mash was boiled. I have no idea how it could have worked. And in Bamberg, which is now regarded as a stronghold of traditional lager, infusion mashing was the standard protocol for producing lagers. I think that's pretty crazy. I mean, the beers they were brewing in Bamberg were probably decent, for the time, and they had access to pretty much the same raw materials they had in Munich. So that sort of kills the theory that decoction mashing was a necessity. The popularization of decoction mashing ultimately came down to the success of the Munich breweries, who were the most technically advanced and largest scale makers of lager at the time. Decoction was also advocated by the majority of brewing scientists, who saw benefits in the clarity and flavor of the beers produced with these methods. In the text that I've been through, there seems to be a consensus that infusion mashing created a beer which had a higher alcohol content and less body than decoction mashing. Around this time, so early 19th century, decoction mashing was adopted by many of the forward-thinking brewers. Anton Dreher, who developed Vienna lager, and Joseph Groll, who brewed the first Pilsner. And I mentioned earlier some of the controversy surrounding decoction, and I'm happy to say this is nothing new. Professor Balling, the famous brewing scientist from Prague, believed that decoction was useless. A former brewmaster from Spaten refutes this quite humbly, saying, the best beers are from Munich, and everyone knows that. More recently, many German brewers have turned away from traditional decoction mashing to using step mashes. When I started my apprenticeship at Privatbrauerei Bolton in Germany, we were using a step mash. But in a recipe from the 90s, they had still been using decoction. For regional brewers who are already struggling to compete for price with the megas, Every year it becomes harder to justify excess energy costs and time if there isn't a tangible return for it. I think the trend of brewers using step mashing goes hand in hand with modernization. The use of hop extracts, switching from open fermenters to tall cylindrical conicals, increased fermentation temperatures, and fermenting under pressure, among a heap of other things. All of these things on their own can be justified by cost and efficiency, but taken as a whole over decades, the character of the beers definitely changes. The barley breeding program in Europe has also done an excellent job ensuring we have high extract, high enzyme, and highly attenuating malts. This has largely been driven by the needs of large brewers, maltings, and farmers looking for high performance and yield, without necessarily considering what impact that would have on the flavor and character of beers as a whole. And I think a lot of brewers in the UK understand this really well, with the preservation of Maris Otter and Chevalier, which are based not on yield, but on the flavor of the malt and the beers that you guys want to produce. In the Czech Republic, brewers weren't destined for the same modernization that hit Germany. A lack of investment in brewing technology behind the Iron Curtain meant that brewing remained relatively unchanged from 1938 until the 90s. Even after the wall came down, there's been a lot of work done to preserve brewing practices and the unique flavor of their beers. For brewers in the Czech Republic, among other things, they have to use decoction mashing if they want to call their beers České pivo. So if things have gone to plan, you're all just dying to find out how to use decoction mashing yourselves. Next slide, please. We'll start out with the grandfather of decoction mashings, the one still used by Pilsner or Kel today, the triple decoction. And we're going to attempt the impossible, actually trying to understand what happens and why anyone in their right mind would want to do it. This could get a bit tedious. So at its most basic level, the primary goal of mashing is to bring components from the malt into solution to produce wort. The most important component for brewers is starch, which during mashing is converted into sugars, which yeast can then ferment and produce alcohol. But during mashing, there are an incredible number of biochemical and physical reactions which are occurring. And through steering these processes, the brewer can change the composition of the wort and ultimately the flavor and texture of their beer. Looking at this graph of a triple decoction mash, I hope we're on the right slide. I can't actually see it. You should be looking at a graph of a triple decoction. There's a ton going on here. It's a bit overwhelming, but the goal is still the same, to produce a fermentable wort. As the name suggests, a triple decoction involves performing a decoction, or boiling part of the mash, 3 times. Despite having 4 different temperature steps that the mash goes through, this highly technical regime was possible for brewers who didn't have any way of measuring temperature. In the mash diagram here, the solid line represents the temperature in our non-heated mash tun, and the dashed line represents the decoction mashes, or part mashes, in a heated kettle. In its earliest form, milled malt is mashed in with cold water the night before the brew. In the morning, the brewer heats the entire mash up to body temperature, and she gets this right by dipping her finger in the mash. Seriously, if the mash was at body temperature, she'd reach the first step at about 35 degrees Celsius. In modern breweries, the mash would start at this temperature. The rest at 35 is really setting the stage for what is to come. Some malt phosphates are released into the mash in the form of phytic acid, which drops the mash pH, effectively managing our water chemistry for us. Starch begins to go into solution, and enzymes from the malt are released into the liquid portion of the mash. So once everything is mixed up nicely at body temperature, a third of the mash is transferred from the mash tun into a separate kettle and slowly heated to a boil. Once we hit the boil, the part mash is physically broken down by the heat, releasing starch, polyphenols, and proteins into solution. The heat also kicks off Maillard reactions and to some extent caramelization, which changes and intensifies the flavor and color of the mash. The boil lasts between 10 and 40 minutes, depending on the color and intensity of the beer being brewed, with longer boil times resulting in increased flavor and color production. After boiling, the part mash is returned to the main mash, increasing the temperature from 35 to 50 degrees. This is the protein rest. The ratio of 2/3 main mash to 1/3 part mash is what guarantees that the mash will always hit the correct temperature steps after mixing without needing a thermometer. So if you take a bit less malt, let's say a quarter, when you mix that back in, you're not going to hit 50, you might hit 45. And if you take more than 1/3, then you'll overshoot your rest at 50. So instead of thermometers and flow meters, they just worked on ratios and volume. It's quite remarkable. So at 50 degrees, the enzymes responsible for breaking down proteins in the malt are activated, which convert larger proteins into small amino acids, which our yeast need to grow. And when using less modified malts, initially unsoluble proteins are released into the mash in the form of higher molecular proteins, which are important for the mouthfeel and foam of the beer. After a short rest at 50 degrees, the second part mash, again 1/3 of the total mash, is pulled into the kettle. This part mash is treated just like the first one, slowly heated to the boil, boiled for 10 to 40 minutes, once again intensifying the color and building flavor. After being mixed back in with the main mash, we reach our third temperature step at around 65 degrees. So after 3 hours of work, we've reached the temperature most brewers in the UK mash in at. At 65, all of the starch which has been released into solution is finally converted into fermentable sugars and dextrins, but we're not quite done yet. In order to reach the mash out temperature of 75 degrees, which is going to increase lauderability and halt enzymatic activity in the mash, a final part mash is transferred into the kettle, boiled, returned to the mash tun, and finally the mash is finished and we're ready to start lautering. The entire process takes between 3.5 and 5.5 hours, a massive amount of time compared to British infusion mashing. Next slide, please. So here's a nice depiction of what early decoction brewing could have looked like on the right there. Got a dude with a funny hat shoveling hot mash from one wooden tun into the next. Roaring fire under the kettle, blazing barrels being pitched with hot resin behind him. I mean, it's really quite dramatic. It definitely doesn't look like that in our brewery. So to bring our triple decoction saga to an end, there are a few factors at play here which we still need to cover. We went through 3 decoction steps, but there's a subtle difference in the part mashes which are transferred to the kettle. The first 2 part mashes, taken at 35 and 50 Celsius, are thick mashes. They're taken without the mash agitator running from the lower part of the mash tun, and they contain more mash material and less enzymes than the main mash. We want that physical breakdown of the grain early on in the mash without denaturing our enzymes, which we still need later to convert the starch into sugar. On the other hand, the third part mash, which is taken after starch conversion at 65, is thin, so taken with the mash agitator running. The thin mash contains less mash material and prevents excessive amounts of starch being released at mash out, which might not be converted into sugar. Both the speed at which the part mashes are heated to a boil and the duration of boiling have an effect on the wort. The low heating rate, so 1 degree Celsius per minute, of the part mashes allows enzymes to continue working as long as possible, with higher heating rates leading to less fermentable wort and lower amounts of nitrogen going into solution. The duration of boiling is more of a cosmetic consideration, with longer boils building more color and releasing more polyphenols into the wort, which is desirable in a classic Dunkel or Märzen, but might not be right for a modern Helles. What we're seeing here is that even if you could get a triple decoction mash done in 2 hours, it's just not going to have the same effect as you know, spending 5 hours mashing. The triple decoction mash has been used at some point for practically every continental beer style out there, and with the right grain can still produce fantastic beers. Where you need to watch out is with more modern lager styles like German Helles or Pils, which have an incredibly delicate flavor and pale color. A triple decoction would probably be overkill here. A lot of brewers think they need specialist equipment and a design for purpose brew house to use decoction. But I think with a bit of creativity and some small modifications, it's actually quite accessible. In its simplest form, you need 2 vessels, an insulated mash lauter tun, and a kettle with bottom heat, which most of us have. Then you need some way of getting mash from A to B and back again. So at Utopian, we've managed to use our existing ABE brew house with the addition of a single valve, a hose, and a bit of trial and error. Next slide, please. So we're getting into the good stuff now, the difficult questions. Why would a brewer willingly add 3 hours of sweat and tears to their brew day when modern malts make it completely unnecessary? Here we're looking at the result of using decoction mashing versus a single or step infusion mash. So the obvious things, we have an increase in color and melanoidins. I think Pilsner Urquell is actually a great example of this. It's brewed with 100% pale malts, but it has a deep golden color and a malt richness you wouldn't get in a German Helles or Pils. The total polyphenols and nitrogen are also significantly increased. A lot of us think of polyphenols as a negative. They're leached during sparging if the water is too hot or the pH gets too high. They taste astringent, cause the beer to pull a haze. But smaller polyphenols contribute to the body, foam, and mouthfeel of beer, and also act as antioxidants protecting the beer. Similarly, protein is vital to getting a good head on your pint and also contributes to the body and flavor of beer. Think of the creamy mouthfeel in a New England IPA made with some unmalted grains. The flavor contributions from the Maillard reactions, polyphenols, proteins, caramelization, it's all quite difficult to quantify or put in clear terms. In Germany, the flavor or texture of beers brewed with decoction is referred to as kernig. It translates roughly to core or center, and it describes the fullness of a beer rather than a specific flavor. In a study done by Czech brewing scientists comparing multiple mashing methods, the triple decoction mash produced a beer which their taste panel found to have a smoother mouthfeel, a more intense hop aroma, flavor and bitterness, and overall more of a typical Czech character to it. Another flavor that's typical in lagers is DMS. At low concentrations, it's an important part of beers like Helles or German Pils, but at the upper end, it gets vegetal. Through boiling the mash, the precursor to DMS is being converted into DMS and boiled off before we even hit the kettle, which results in beers with less total DMS. Through the agitation caused by decoction, we have the opposite effect from the floating British mash, where the mash is actually quite compact during lautering. This leads to brighter worts, less solids getting into the kettle and fermenter, and that can have an effect on the speed of fermentation and the yeast character of the beer. It can also present a technical issue if you don't have any rakes in your lauter tun. Due to the physical breakdown of the grain during boiling, the brew house yield can increase. This isn't something we've seen at Utopian using higher modified malts, but definitely if you were using something like a Czech Pilsner malt, you'll see your yield go up quite a lot. The obvious negatives are time and energy costs, but something that's thrown around quite often is the risk of hot side aeration caused by pumping the mash. As most of you likely use a floating British mash system, I'll assume you're as concerned about hot side aeration as I am. Finally, the fermentability of the wort can possibly maybe be higher using decoction. It's something that comes up quite a bit, but I think it's more dependent on the malt being used rather than the mashing method. Cool. Next slide, please. In an ideal world, you might have a built-for-purpose mash kettle like this one. You can see the chains scrape the bottom of the kettle during mixing to prevent scorched and burnt grains. And the use of copper allows for a higher temperature transfer during boiling, which will increase the Maillard reactions, caramelization, and color pickup. Next slide, please. At Utopian, we have a stick. That's me, by the way. Next slide, please. All right. So now that you guys are up to speed with triple decoction, I'm delighted to tell you that there are an endless number of ways decoctions can be done. In a more modern German or Czech brewery, you're far more likely to find them using double or single decoction mashes. The biggest benefit, we've gone from about 4 to 5 hours down to just over 3, while still getting a lot of the benefits and character that triple decoction mashing produces. In essence, these are both based on the steps from the triple decoction, 35, 50, 65, and 75 degrees, but performed with either a higher mash in at 50 or with part of the mash being treated as a step mash, like in the single decoction program you see there. Because we have the option here of skipping the 35 or 50 degree rest, we can use more modified malts, like a modern German Pilsner malt. A big thing here is flexibility. Depending on the exact raw materials and beer style, there's quite a lot of room to play with the temperature rests and the size of the part mashes. On both of these diagrams, you can see that before the part mashes are boiled, they're held at 70 degrees for 20 to 30 minutes to allow conversion before they're boiled. This optional step will raise the attenuation and lower the risk of unconverted starches getting through to the boil kettle. Of course, due to the shortened total duration and lower percent of mash being boiled, we'll have less color pickup, less polyphenol extraction compared to triple decoction. Budweiser Budvar is a great example of a brewery using double decoction in a relatively pale and delicate lager. Next slide, please. The next mash program, the Hochkurzmaschverfahren, is the most commonly used in Germany. Can be treated as either a single or double decoction mash, but as you can see, we're mashing in at around 60 degrees Celsius, which saves a ton of time. We're finally into the 2-hour cycle that the big breweries are after. Another big difference is the speed at which the decoctions are heated and the shorter boil times. This mash requires well-modified malts with a good diastatic power. It's also going to produce a lot less decoction character and color, making it great for highly attenuated German Helles or Pils. If you're thinking of trying decoction, then this is probably the best place to start. It doesn't require any change in the malt you use, and is a lot more predictable than some of the longer mashes. Next slide, please. As brewers, we like to think we have control over the wort we produce, the strength, the fermentability, and the flavor of the beers. As the saying goes, the brewer makes the wort and the yeast makes the beer. But the decision of what lager malt we use in our brewery can arguably have an even greater impact on the beer than what we do with it in the brew house. It's important not to forget that the farmer grows the grain and the maltster makes the malt before we can even start. In broad terms, the level of modification the malt has undergone, the Kolbach number, or how much of the protein has been made soluble during malting, and the friability of the malt, which shows to what extent the cell walls in the grain have been broken down, will determine the intensity of mash which is suitable to use with that grain. I've put together 4 different malt specifications here to compare. We've got a typical German Pilsner malt specification, a UK style pale malt for infusion mashing, a Pilsner specification recommended for Hochkurz mashing, and finally a more traditional Czech Pilsner malt, which would be suited to single, double, or triple decoction mashing. The big outlier here is the infusion pale malt made from maritime barley, which tends to have lower nitrogen levels than barley grown in Europe. It's highly modified, so there's no need to mash in below 65, and its friability is high, so the starches will readily go into solution without ever boiling the mash. That's what makes it fantastic for infusion and making ales. The furthest from our infusion pale malt is the Czech Pils, with low modification and friability. Essentially, the maltings have left the brewer a lot of work to do in the brew house, breaking down this malt. And that makes it really difficult to get a decent yield if you ran it through a single infusion mash. At the same time, due to its low modification, in a long, intensive mash regime, we're going to release a lot of higher molecular material, which will change the character of the beer. A modern German Pils sits somewhere between the two. At the higher end of the modification spec, between 39 and 42 Kolbach, this malt will be great in a Hochkurz or even an infusion mash. But at its lower end, it could still gain some character by being run through a decoction regime. I guess the conclusion here is that if you've decided as a brewer which mash regime gives the beers the character you want, then malt quality and consistency need to be as important to your process as how you treat that malt in the brew house. So I know I've really tested your patience bringing malt analysis into this. So to bring this to some kind of an end, I've summed up the facts for you, the key bits of knowledge and wisdom that have been rigorously tested and prove why you should use decoction. Next slide, please. Number 1, it will change your beer. This is what we can hopefully agree on. How and what exactly happens is still controversial, and a lot of what we've covered today is disputed by some of the smartest people in brewing science. But as brewers, we can't always just be guided by science. And this brings us to our second point. Number 2, Czech beer is delicious. That is a universal, undisputed fact. If you've had the joy of drinking pints of Svetli Leček or Tmavy in the Czech Republic, those beautiful beers were almost certainly brewed with decoction. Number 3, while many German brewers have turned away from decoction, many of the best brewers in the country are still advocates for the old ways. Schönramer, who brew perhaps the most highly regarded Helles in the country, used decoction. The Franconian region, the area surrounding Bamberg, where many of the most flavorful lagers in the world are brewed, is still a stronghold for traditional techniques. And while they may not have used decoction in 1850, most of them do today. And finally, number 4, it's fun, or at least it's not boring. Next slide, please. Thanks for sticking with me through this. We're going to do a bit of a Q&A now with Ray, but otherwise enjoy the rest of your BeerX. Thanks, guys. Ray?
Thank you, Jeremy. That was a really good presentation, very detailed analysis, and I'm sure everyone watching will appreciate you sharing your experience and knowledge there.
Cheers.
So
Happy to.
we do have a few questions. So we've got a couple of questions from a hoppy place in Windsor, and I can fully agree with this first one. Utopian brews some of the best lagers in the country. What one single tip would you give to people to elevate their lagers above the pack, be it water, warm or cold, maturation, or something else?
Really great question, and thanks for the feedback on our beers. The most important place to start is probably just fermentation, making sure that you're using a lager yeast that's suitable for the beers that you want to make, and making sure that that yeast is happy. Apart from that, the colder you ferment, I've found that the better the beer is going to taste. Cheers.
Excellent. And a second from the hoppy place, I think you did cover some of this. He says, I'm sure you'll cover this, but everyone tells us that well-modified malts mean decoction is no longer required. I've even been told it's a marketing technique. Do you disagree, and why?
Yeah, I think we covered a decent amount of that question today. Of course, decoction is totally unnecessary, but in the Czech Republic, they've made a lot of moves to reject the modernization of their barley varieties, because they know if they have access to the same highly modified malts as we do here, their beers will change. So it's not a necessity, but if you don't do it, and if you use highly modified malts, your beer will be different.
Excellent. We have a question from David Quinn. This refers to a specific slide. Why do they appear to be tea rests around 75 degrees for the decoction boiling segments before raising to 100 degrees? And that was on the triple decoction slide.
Yeah, great question again. The diagram that we're looking there at for triple decoction wasn't completely classic. So old school, you wouldn't have had those rests for your decoction mash. It's something that brewers started to do later, just to make sure that they were sort of safeguarding themselves before boiling the mash, where you're going to destroy the enzymes in there. If you run it through a saccharification rest, then you guarantee that all of your starches are converted before transferring it back. So it's something that's totally optional. At Utopian, we've done those 70-degree rests, especially if the decoction mash that we took was being used to heat to mash out. But otherwise, if you're starting at lower temperatures, so your decoction that you take at 35 or 50 degrees, the entirety of the mash is going to end up going through that saccharification rest. So it's not a necessity.
Excellent. And last one from Triple Point Brewing. What sort of colour uplift would you expect from a lager malt only triple decoction mash?
Great question. Yeah, there's not really a straightforward answer to this, because I think it all depends on what sort of malt you're using. If you use a traditional Czech Pilsner malt, where you're releasing a lot of higher molecular substances, then you'll get quite a lot of color pickup in a traditional triple decoction mash, maybe 4 EBC, something like that. Otherwise, if you're using less modified or more modified malts, I think that color pickup wouldn't be quite as extreme. It's a great idea, get a Pilsner Kel, a Budweiser Budvar, compare it to your favorite Helles, and you'll see a lot of the differences in color that mash brings.
Excellent. I think that's all the questions we've got.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming out today.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks, Jeremy.
Brilliant. Cheers.
Hey everyone, I hope you're doing well today. My name is Tim Sheehan, editor of the Brewers Journal, and today we're here to talk all things hops. I think it's fair to say it's a brilliant time to be a fan of great beer. The sheer wealth of styles being brewed across the UK at the moment is pretty astounding, and obviously hops play a huge part in allowing brewers to achieve the fantastic flavors we get in these hops. And are we live at the moment? I'm not seeing us on the YouTube link. Are we good with that? We're there? Okay, great. Apologies. So yeah, I'm very happy today to be joined by three very important figures from the UK hop industry, each playing a key role in supplying hops to breweries of all shapes and sizes. So I'd like to welcome Paul Corbett, the Managing Director of Charles Farren, Luke Kolstein, the EU Marketing Manager at Yakima Chief Hops, and also Jim Wilson, the Sales Manager at Brookhouse Hops. So gents, thank you for joining me today. How are we all?
Very good, thanks, Tim. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you, Paul. All the better for seeing you. Luke, Jim, you good?
Yeah, all good,
doing well, thanks. Excellent, excellent. So, yeah, I mean, let's address the elephant in the room. Firstly, I mean, it's obviously been a very challenging 12 months for the brewing industry. You know, we've all kind of, regardless of what part of the supply chain you're in, everyone's been, you know, facing different challenges. I mean, from a sort of hop supplier, hop grower perspectives, how's it been for you guys? Jim, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. You know, it's been a challenging year. I think that's the least you can say about it. But to take some good points from it, you know, I think it's given everybody sort of a bit of time to stand still and appraise where they are, where we are, and given us the time to sort of make some really solid plans going forward. So, you know, it's not all bleak. There's some real good things on the horizon, and I think, like everybody else, we're really excited to get that going again, and we've certainly started to see those green shoots.
Yeah. And Paul, what's the sort of dialogue Charles Farren have maintained with their customers over the last year?
Well, yeah, it's been a challenging year, as Jim says. We've had obviously sales have dropped right off, and probably in line with a lot of our customers out there. So I sympathise with you all. We're feeling just as much pain as you are. It's a tough old year, but we've been keeping in touch. Our sales team, John, Ralph, and Beth, have been out on the telephones more than on the road. Obviously, can't get out and about at the moment. But they've been constantly trying to keep in touch with everybody. Obviously, it's not possible to get in touch with everybody, but as many people as they can, just keep in touch, seeing where we are with contracts, seeing where people are with their production, what's happening to them generally, you know, and also very importantly with our growers, because the growers need to be aware of what's going on, what the future holds, where we should be looking at. Because with hops, it's not just like a field of barley where you can plant it one year and next year you can change and put something else in. With hops, you've got them there and they keep on growing unless you pull them out. And if you pull them out, it then takes, in the UK, it takes 2 or 3 years to get them back growing again. Not so bad in America, but certainly here it takes a long time. So at the moment, we're trying to talk to growers about reducing their acreage this year, because obviously we had a full production last year almost a full production from the 19 crop. It wasn't a great crop yield, but there was an overproduction in relation to demand, I would say. And so this year we're trying to get growers to reduce their acreage or even reduce the yields off the plants, lower inputs, single stringing, or even burning off in some cases and letting them grow back again later on to try and keep those yields down, so we don't have big stores full of hops and get hops getting old. We want really to get the freshest hops to brewers as we can. So we want to try and put the hops on like a furlough this year if we can.
Well put. And have you noticed there's sort of green shoots, as Jim said, you know, with customers, you know, the last couple of months? Again, it's obviously been up and down, a roller coaster, if we can call it that. But, you know, have you noticed an uplift from your dialogue?
I think for us, it was quite interesting. Last summer, through the summer, everything seemed to be almost back to normal. We had a reasonable summer. And then September, when the kids went back to school, of course, everybody blamed the pubs, but it was definitely the kids going back to school in my book, that all the virus started to kick off again. And then So things steadily got worse, and then November, just before Christmas, December time, I suppose, when that last lockdown came, I think things got very hard then. During the last sort of 3 months, January, February, and the first bit of March, it's been very, very quiet. And I would say now that we're just starting to see the first shoots of people starting to prepare for cask, that hopefully, fingers crossed, if figures stay correct, we will be able to kick off and get going again April and then May fully. Fingers crossed.
Sure, I think there's a lot of things crossed at the moment. That's that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And Luke, obviously, you're sort of rolling sort of EU marketing manager. You've obviously got a lot of different perspectives on this. I mean, how has the sort of the UK, differed in your approach compared to some of the other countries Yakima Chief work with?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's been, like the guys have said, it's been a super challenging year for like every single part of the supply chain and kind of brewers, hospitality, everyone like that. So a lot of it has had to be taken region by region, country by country, for where people are with various different kind of peaks and troughs with COVID. Obviously, much of Europe is in a very different position to where the UK has been, just because of lockdowns and things like that. I think to an extent that's starting to tip the other way a little bit. There's certainly, like Jim's been saying, there's a sense of optimism I'm seeing from the UK especially. We had to make a few kind of tough decisions last year as well. We made the decision kind of with our grower ownership to reduce our yields last year. So we made that decision quite early. We reduced by 7%, and it left us in a fairly good position, to be honest. It left us with a healthy crop and a healthy kind of good yields at the end of it, really effectively to kind of put that across for both the growers and the brewers. And then I suppose we had a fairly challenging harvest as well. I think that's probably the easiest way to say it in the States. Big storms on Labor Day, just ridiculous winds, and then the fires and the kind of the huge smoke clouds after that as well meant that we've not been like inundated. We're not kind of massively long on a lot of things because of those factors. But the big predominant one in there was that kind of that yield cut right at the beginning of the season. We took that decision like not too far away from this time last year. So that's kind of put everyone in good stead, I think.
You must be sort of really pleased and rewarded, seeing the feedback and the beers people are producing, with Talus, getting a lot of good feedback, a lot of great beers being made with that hop.
Yeah, that was certainly a bit of a highlight for last year. It was amongst all of the doom and gloom to be able to have this great little hop kind of come to market and really spark the interest with some brewers as well. I think it's it's great. It's something that I loved in trial stage as well, and so to see that kind of reach its fruition has been great.
Yeah, and obviously quality is no issue with Talus, that's for sure. But Paul, I mean, what's your view on when it comes to there's always an appetite in beer from all corners of beer about the new. People want what's new. I mean, what are your views on there's no point breeding these new varietals unless you can really guarantee quality at the forefront of that?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that goes without saying. Everything that comes through the breeding programs has been tested for its resistance to pests and diseases and for its quality of aroma. So you are going to get the best hops hopefully coming to the surface and getting through the programs. I mean, all of us have programs that start off with thousands of plants and end up with just one or two at the end of it, which have been selected because of their agronomics, but also because of their aroma and flavor. So yeah, absolutely, quality is key for everybody, I think, and we're certainly working hard on that this year. We've now joined forces, quite a few growers in the UK, to form Charles Ferren Farms Limited. That will be about 20 growers this year for a new thing that's only just hitting the shelves now. but that is based on the back of our grower ownership that we've been working since 1984 with, getting those farms up to quality, working with them on a quality program that we're driving through our technical director, Will Rogers. A lot of people know Will. And I think that's a key part of it. We've been through a lot of audits, external audits here with our pelleting and our processing facilities and our storage. So we've got, I think we're all pushing to get the best quality we can. And I think, if anybody says they've got the best quality and it's there, then we've missed something, because we're now looking to always to move on and get the even better still. So, things like drying temperatures, kiln times, the days that we pick on, they're all very important and things that I think everybody will be working on all the time. But from a breeding point of view, in our program, we're looking at getting new varieties through in the UK and in the US. We've got some new varieties that are coming through at a very early stage before a lot of the American varieties, because we've got some English parentage in them, which is bringing them forward sort of early to mid-August picking, which will help the US growers out there. And we've got some very interesting flavors coming off those. Those are in trial at the moment. We've got a new variety in the Czech Republic called Most, which our ex-brewer from from Eddie Gadd's brewery, John, our Southwest salesman, has been brewing. There's a YouTube video of him brewing over the weekend with that, just doing a little play around with his homebrew kit. And also the breeding program here, where we've got about 10 growers involved with that. And they're all really excited to try and get some new varieties through that will give them higher yields, better disease resistance. Some of the stuff that we've been putting out so far is sort of 20% less fertilizer and less chemical on it. So, I mean, just from a, talking about quality point of view, the quality stays up there, but we reduce the pesticide and fertilizer use. That's got to be the right way to go, I think, for the future. Food miles, trying to get them grown locally is important as well, making sure that we're not burning carbon all over the place, or getting those container shipments from all around the world, not reduced, but just sort of trying to use some more local hops in the beers as well, so that people can we can support the local economy and the get everybody onto that green local image. I know the brewers out there will all want local beer drinkers to drink locally brewed beer. So we're hoping that we can get some locally grown hops into those beers as well.
Yeah, no, well said. Well said. And Jim, obviously, you've got wealth of experience dealing with, countless breweries. I mean, in your role at Brookhouse Hops, I mean, how do you, when you're starting a new conversation, perhaps with a brewery, how does that go? If they're looking for something new, or do you kind of, do you try and strike the balance between what you think could work for them in the beers they make, or strive for something new at the same time?
One of the best things to come out of craft beer is there's been a real step up in quality across the board, be that in malting, in hops, in yeast suppliers and things like that. So Brookhouse being a relatively, a new company, and Will, who founded the company, being an outsider coming into a very historic industry, we kind of look at it from a different perspective, and we want to get the fundamentals right at the start. So we've invested heavily in new technology. So this year, for instance, we're going to be using drones, thermal drones, to watch out for things like mildew, wilt on the plants, and controlling of mildew using UV light. So when I'm talking to brewers, it's like, okay, well, you've got this perceived image in your head of what British hops are like, and okay, but let's look at these. These have been grown specifically for aroma. We emphasize, the care and attention all the way through the growing and processing process, to ensure that the product that ends up in the brewer's hands is the best that they can possibly get. And you know, historic British varieties that, you know, they offer such a wealth of flavour and aroma that, you know, I think it's you know, it's really easy to get caught up in chasing, you know, the big bold American flavours and Australian flavours. But I think we need to play to our strengths, and, you know, no one questions the quality or the uniqueness of German noble varieties, or, you know, things like Sarts. You know, they're very historic varieties. They've got their flavour profiles, and, you know, look at what the guys at Utopian do with British ingredients. You know, they make absolutely stunning beers. And yeah, so for me, it's just about, let's get the brewer to come back, look at something that is of a real high quality, you know, varieties that have been really well established, but, you know, they've just gone through a process where what they end up with in the brewery is the best possible product. So, and I think they appreciate that, you know, because one thing that's come out, you know, like I said, is this drive for quality, and I think brewers expect a higher level of quality nowadays. And I think in the UK we need to step up to that challenge. You know, it's a big challenge to step up to, but it's what we need to do.
Sure, and I imagine you agree with that, Luke. On, you know,
yeah, I mean, it's kind of exactly like Jim's saying. It's like managing the quality point at every single stage of the process is kind of, it's the center of everything that we've been doing for a fair while out in the Pacific Northwest. It's like both with our processes and also with our breeding. I mean, to go back to the question of kind of, is it worth breeding those new varieties? I think the fundamentals of that is making sure that they are bred for the right reasons, and making sure that they're bred to do everything for the growers at farm level, at the same as making sure that it works well in the end beer as well. We've got our sister company Yakima Branches, who they're the hop breeders from our business, and they go through the process like 10 to 15 years to work out what is the best kind of expression of that hop. And through those processes, it's gone through kind of countless levels of trials, from our brewery in-house to local breweries and further brewer trials. It will be grown in multiple different farms, sometimes in different states as well, to really kind of understand what the best kind of planting methods and everything like that is from there. They'll be harvested at various points along the season as well, to get that kind of optimum picking window. And that all kind of happens before we put something out into what we call our elite trials, which is where most brewers kind of globally will get hold of these hops, and they're the things that you'll see us putting out through collaborations and things. They're the ones that the end consumers eventually get to try. And at every single stage along that process, kind of a decade in, there's really precise analytic feedback gained from the growers, from the farmhands, from the brewers, from Yakima Branches themselves, so purely from an agronomic perspective as well. And exactly like Jim pointed out, things like making sure that powdery mildew is mitigated as much as possible, but like doing that from a farm level, but also doing it at a genetic level as well, is kind of, it's at the heart of everything that Yakima Branches do. I mean, it's they're a crop management company as they refer to themselves as well. And they've got the Footprints program, which is, it's a kind of, once we're into the fields, it's kind of the management and making sure that everything is of the highest spec, making sure that every single, if you're getting Simcoe, it is the perfect expression of Simcoe right across the board, no matter what farm it's coming from, no matter kind of what year it's coming from. It is this kind of this perfect expression. But there's so much that goes into that before it gets to that phase, and it is all to do with making sure that, like, genetically these new products are viable at every single level, and it's the foundation of it all.
Sure. Thanks, Luke. And you've all touched on it in your answers so far, but Paul, on the subject of agronomics, I mean, should we, I imagine everyone's got a responsibility to really be focusing on sustainability as much as, you know, giving
Absolutely.
a great end product to the brewer.
Absolutely, and you know, I think that's why we like to focus on locally grown hops, because you know, obviously shipping them across the pond or shipping them from New Zealand or Australia is an expensive and time-consuming job, but it does burn fuel as well, and something that we've got to try and address. I think growing locally is very sustainable. We don't have irrigation in the UK because we don't need it. It pours with rain all summer. So we have, from a water point of view, we have sustainability there as well. You know, I think what I've found really exciting over the last few months is just seeing brewers try these new varieties, because not all of them are going to work. I mean, you know, we can get an absolute corker in the field, which looks beautiful and has got some fantastic cones on it, yields high through the roof, resistance to all the diseases, but tastes bloody awful in a beer. Excuse my French, tastes awful in a beer. So we really have got to work with breweries more closely to get these varieties through. And a lot of the work we're doing at the moment is also not just about sustainability, but the first point really is, does it taste any good? You know, is it going to be something that brewers will want to buy? And we've been bringing out quite a lot of the new varieties under code names lately, which are being tried across the country, well, across the world actually, by breweries, looking at the different flavors in the new ones, in the potentially new varieties. And I think that's something that we've done this year that's been probably ahead of where we've been in previous years, got more quickly to more breweries for trials. So we can see very early on if that's something we need to keep or whether we need to say, no, it doesn't work right. It's got great agronomic qualities, but let's put it into the breeding program and see if we can cross it with something which will give it more aroma or more flavor. So sustainability is high on the list. Using less pesticides, less chemicals, less fertilizer has got to be high on the list. Looking after the water supply has got to be high on the list, and not shipping them too far has also got to be high on the list. You know, I'm not saying we shouldn't use New Zealand and American hops or Australian hops. They're great hops. Don't get me wrong. They're absolutely fantastic hops. I think what we can do as brewers in the UK is look more, perhaps just to use 10, 20, 30% in a beer of those British varieties, because the British varieties, the traditional British varieties, as Jim was saying, they are very traditional. So they're very much in styles like best bitters, milds, stouts, those sort of flavors, premium bitters. Those are flavors that were popular sort of 20 years ago. They are starting to make a little bit of a comeback. You know, we see brewers trying to do best bitters and bring that style back a little bit. And they're still very popular amongst the regional breweries. But I think where we could help British growers a little bit is by just using a small percentage in each beer. You know, it doesn't have to be all one variety from the States, or, you know, we can use these blends to try and increase the amount of homegrown stuff that we use. And, you know, you can still produce great beers doing that. And in fact, you can sometimes take off those really big high edges that you get from some of the American varieties and smooth them out and make more of a rounded package, rather than having something that blows your head off when you know, take a sip. So, and I'm not saying all beers with American hops do that, but you know what I'm trying to say, you can use the tools in the box. And I think getting these new varieties in, the grown in the UK also gives the growers a much greater breadth of material they can plant, because at the moment we've got some growers who have got much more different picking areas. So they've got some very late varieties and some very early varieties, and in the middle there's a gap, and so they have to put their picking team off and then come back and pick the late varieties. What we need is a whole range of varieties which will make the farms more sustainable, so they can grow enough of the different varieties to give them a good picking window right the way through. So I think there's loads of things we can work on. I mean, it's really exciting actually. There's potential to push things forward, and having a wide palette of hops, like an artist, you know, if you're looking at all the different colors, you want that whole range of colors to be able to draw the perfect picture. I'm sure that's true with the beer and the different styles of hops that they want.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, Jim, do you agree? Do you think that there's perhaps maybe even a misguided perception that, for some brewers, British hops can only be used in traditional styles and they don't have a role in more, modern takes, as it were?
I suppose, well, to answer that question with a question, are there any new beer styles? Really and truly, everything is just a reincarnation of a very, sort of basic set of beer styles. A New England IPA is an evolution of a beer that, came from the UK using very traditional British hops. It's just, it's the flavour desire that changes.
Yeah.
Most brewers that I know from any brewery really enjoy drinking, very soft, subtle, traditional styles of beer. They're the beers that, when the beer festival's finished and, we've gone to the pub, they're normally the beer styles that we end up drinking together because, they're sessionable, they're not overwhelming on flavour. So, no, I think that brewers do the job that they do because they have a love of creativity and flavour. And one thing I've always maintained is, the brewers are there to drive the consumers. It's their creativity that's on display. And so, if a brewer decides that they want to brew an IPA with Tarlis and Simcoe one week, or they want to brew an IPA with Goldings and Phoenix the next week, then why not? And no one's ever going to satisfy everybody. Sure. But there's a huge wealth of flavors out there, and that's why we have 3,000 breweries, because everybody wants to put their own take on something, and no one should be chastised or sort of berated for taking a risk and doing something different. Because if you'd have come out with a New England IPA 35 years ago, you would have probably been laughed at. So
I think so.
But just to pick up on something that Paul said about with breeding for new varieties and things, particularly you said in the UK about the water supply. So something that's always concerned me is, we can't deny that the climate is changing, and do we need to make allowances now for what is inevitably going to happen? And I think probably somewhere where we see that really vividly every year is New Zealand, that gets quite battered around harvest time. So I know in the US, you guys have got a very secure water supply from your snow melt, but in the UK we don't have irrigation. And would you say to your growers, is that something that you should consider as doing it now to safeguard for the future, because you're breeding these varieties in this climate that's inevitably going to change?
Yeah, absolutely, if we need to do it, but at the moment we don't need to do it. I don't think. There will be a time in the future, no doubt. I mean, but every place in the world is having its challenges with climate at the moment. Australia, New Zealand, the US with the smoke and the fires last year, the high temperatures in California, that'll creep its way north as well, in theory. And so everybody's going to have to address the things at some stage. And growing new varieties which are more resistant to drought is something that's been on the program for some time as well. That is a big part of what we're looking at. Anything that will grow well in dry conditions has got to be key. And we've got to look at all sorts of different criteria to produce the correct varieties. And I'm sure, if you look at the South African market, they produce variety. Originally, the varieties in South Africa wouldn't grow. They had to grow them under artificial lights to get them to mature and to produce hops. And now they've developed varieties with the help of Peter Darby down at Y College. They produce varieties that will grow in the climate that they've got there, so without artificial lights. And I think all of this is achievable with plant breeding. Lack of water may be something that's very difficult to achieve, but There is always the option to turn to irrigation if we need to, but at this stage, we do get plenty of rain in the English summer, and it's not something that I know growers who spend lots of money putting irrigation systems on 20 years ago and still haven't switched it on. So what we only put it in when we need to, I think, is the key.
Thanks, Paul. And Luke, we've obviously talked a lot today about the new, which is understandable, but is there any sort of existing products Yakima have got that you think, brewers, in your opinion, might have been overlooking that really should be looking to add to their portfolio?
Well, there's a couple of bits that kind of, to pick up on what some of the guys have been saying as well, of like finding things that are harvested at the right point in the windows, harvested to kind of maximize a sustainability angle, but without necessarily getting into that, do you have to look at something that's great agronomically, possibly at the risk of questioning on the flavor perspective, the aroma perspective. And there's so much of that discussion happening in the States. I mean, we're very much kind of custodians of this amazing valley and things like that. So it's finding things that will benefit the growers as well. Like, it's at the center of everything we do. And there's one particular variety that whenever I'm having this conversation that always crops up, and that's Idaho 7, grown by a guy called Nate Jackson Hop, Idaho. And it's just like, it's a relatively new product. Kind of, obviously it's not new, but it's still relatively unknown globally, and it's an absolute superstar for both aspects of this. So like, agronomically, it's absolutely fantastic. Like, it yields 2,500 pounds per acre. It's really late in the harvest as well, so you'll be harvesting that end of September into October. So kind of doesn't get anywhere near the kind of the bulk of the tricky windows and things like that. And then on top of all these fantastic agronomic factors, it just happens to be one of the best tasting hops that you're going to get on the market, to be honest. It's this incredible, like, pineapple, mango, passion fruity burst. It's absolutely incredible stuff. But then on top of that, there's a lot of varieties that have maybe, again, I wouldn't say necessarily like new varieties, because we're very cautious and considerate about when we choose to release new varieties, like from the kind of the trial periods through Yakima Chief Ranches. But there's things that have maybe been on the market for a few years and have now reached full maturity as a plant and as a continuous crop. Things like Laurel and Equinot that have kind of, I think a lot of people have got the idea of what these hops taste like from when they were first released, and it's kind of it's a really beautiful thing to watch, the kind of the evolution of a young plant go from being, okay, this tastes like this, and then 3-4 years down the line, once it's really kind of found the perfect picking window and it's found the perfect kind of terroir, for want of a better word, for growing those hops in as well, and you get these beautiful things. I mean, like, Equinot a few years ago was a nice hop, but now it's like right up there on my list. It's just this beautiful tropical juice bomb these days. And yeah, I think there's a lot of things like that we need to, I think people need to re-look at things, rather than, there is obviously this constant chasing of newness that's to an extent led by the end consumer, and there will always be that across most industries, but certainly in one where we've got a lot of incredible and direct consumer feedback, like the craft brewing industry. But yeah, I think revisiting things is a big thing, because everything that's been released, certainly, I mean, I can only talk from a Pacific Northwest perspective, from working with our colleagues at Yakima Chief Ranches, but everything that's been released has been released for a very specific reason, and it's to it's to tick as many of them boxes as we possibly can do.
No, I think your point about, revisiting and not kind of having your sort of initial perception and rolling with that is key. I mean, Paul, do you have anything to add on that? Is there anything?
Yeah, I think, well, it's funny you should say that, because just after this meeting, I'm going on to do a podcast with Darren Gamache from BGF Farms, and he's a big, well, he is the Amarillo guy. He's the guy who founded Amarillo in the US. Must be 20 years ago now. And he's going to tell us a bit about how that variety came about. And we're trying to sort of say to people, don't forget these varieties. These are things that have been around for a while, but boy, they can still pack a punch, and they've still got some great flavors. A bit like we were saying earlier on about the Goldings and Challenger. Don't forget them, because they're still there. They still do a great job. The reason that they're still there is because they have done fantastically well for so long. So I think the range is just massive now. It's a bit like the range of beers that we've had. I mean, I've been drinking beer for many years now, and I've never had such a range of beers in my life before that we can tap into. I should be glad when we get back into the pub. That's the one thing I really do want to do, is taste some more cask beer. But the range of bottles and cans I've been trying whilst we've been off have been absolutely fantastic. And congratulations to all the brewers out there with some great beers. I can tell you, some fantastic flavors coming through. But I think that's what's driven the hop industry. People say to me, well, what are you looking for next? And I'm just saying, well, we're looking for whatever our customers want. Here we're slightly unusual because we've stocked vitamin malt and fermentous yeast, all these different products that people have come along and said, Paul, can you get hold of this for us? And we said, yeah, of course. So we've always been trying to help brewers as much as possible on hops, yeast, malt, everything really. And I think the brewers will guide us as to what they want next. As I said, with these brewing trials that are coming through, the new varieties will come to the surface because brewers will bring them to the surface. I think the older stuff, like Amarillo, like Cascade, like Chinook, I mean, they're amazing varieties. When I first started going to the States back in 2000, the biggest variety of hops out there was Cascade, and the biggest beers at the time was the Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. What two iconic, a hop and an iconic beer. Things have moved on now, but there's nothing to say you can't produce a fantastic beer again with Cascade, because it's a beautiful hop. So don't forget those. And as Eddie Gadd was saying, I quoted Eddie again because over the weekend he was tweeting about an East Kent Golding grower who's near to him, who was giving up this year because of the lack of sales from the East Kent Goldings. And I think that is a tragedy. For me, that is an absolute gut-wrenching thing, that we can't get enough sales of East Kent Goldings. And it's just because beer styles have changed. People are looking at a higher tropical fruit, as Luke was saying, mango, pineapple, grapefruit, all these extra flavors that people don't want. And this guy's just decided to give up rather than carry on. And this is one of the reasons why we're trying to say, well, give us a bit more time, support English hops a little bit more, British hops a little bit more, and give us a chance to get these new varieties coming through the program as well. That the new stuff like Harlequin is showing, it's not right up with the American hops, but it's got a long way towards the American flavors. And the things that are coming through the program further on, every year we're sort of gaining about 5% more aroma and flavor. So I think it will be possible in a few years' time to produce those big American flavors, big New Zealand flavors in the UK. We just got to keep working at it. The breeding programs have been a long way back off that. We've been looking at Fuggle and Golding flavors for such a long time, because best bitters and milds have been the whole industry, and now we're looking at these new flavors, and the industry's got to catch up. The hop industry in the UK has got to catch up. And so this is, it's almost made it my life's ambition to try and get some of these big varieties through from the UK market. And so we can grow stuff locally and supply it to brewers locally. It would be a hell of a thing.
That's a fine goal to have. But I think, it's great that obviously the commitment to quality is something that's evidenced, in all three of your businesses. Jim, I imagine just as we're closing out this session now, Paul talked about, pent up demand for a good pint. I imagine there's pent up demand for, hop walks and the like, visits, when the time is right again, get brewers out there and get visiting the farms.
Yeah, and it's something that we've really, we talk about on a, daily, weekly basis. Is how can how can we arrange something that's safe, and just give everybody the day off that they probably need. We're desperate, and I think across the board everybody is desperate to see one another, and I think the best thing for me about this industry is we are all in this together, and there's no animosity. We all work together, we all have a beer together at the end of the day, and we're really looking forward to welcoming people to our farm, and just to say, hey, look, we're here for you. We'll help you however we can, and we're looking forward to getting back to it.
Yeah, I imagine it's the same for you too, Luke and Paul.
Yeah, definitely. We're hoping that the Hop Walk can go ahead in September. First week in September, we've got it planned for. I think it's the same week as the Craft Beer Conference in Denver this year, which is a bit of a shame, but fingers crossed that can all go ahead and we can get 300 people in a field in Herefordshire to look at hops. That'd be amazing. I missed it last year. It wouldn't have been great having a lot of people inside a tent and with a lot of coronavirus going around, so we had to call it an end to it last year. But certainly fingers crossed this year that by that time everything will be back to normal and we can enjoy a few beers in the beautiful English countryside, looking out over some fantastic hops, sun shining, pint in hand. What more could you ask for, eh?
Indeed. I imagine
making me thirsty just thinking about it.
It does. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I imagine, Luke, especially from the UK and Europe, visits to Yakima is as a popular one as ever.
Yeah, it was like very much what the guys have been saying. It was heartbreaking not to be able to have all of our friends and our partners visit us in the Pacific Northwest last year. It's the highlight of our year. As YCH is the highlight of our growers' years as well. Like it's the thing that they look forward to most is meeting, talking, and drinking the beers. That's it's their year, 2 years, 3 years in advance worth of work to taste that beer with that brewer at the end of the year. And it was it was a big blow last year to not be able to host people. And we had our virtual harvest, so we did as close as you can do through Zoom windows, but yeah, to completely echo, it's the thing we're looking most forward to at the moment. A lot of cross fingers, but we really want to see people back in Washington.
Of course. No, well said. Well, gents, thank you all for your time today. We're kind of perfectly in the 45-minute session. I've learned a lot, and I appreciate you taking the time to chat. So I look forward to hopefully all seeing you in person in the not too distant future.
Right. Thank you, Tim. Enjoyed it. Cool. Cheers, guys.
Thank you. So,
yeah,
thank you, Luke.
Cheers, Tim. Just to quickly, I think sum up, and I think we'll all agree with this. We know it's been a hard time, but for all the brewers out there, please come and talk to us, because we do need to make plans in advance, and that's very important for the farmers and the suppliers. So yeah, please do reach out to us. We'll help wherever we can, and just remember, question quality throughout the supply chain. Support growers where you can, and just remember that the brewers deserve the best product. So just bear that all in mind, and we'll get back to doing what we do best.
Well said. Thank you again. Have a good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker from SIBA. I'm delighted to introduce our next session, which is going to be with Robert Percival, who's our yeast expert and also sales manager for Lallemand in Europe. He's going to be talking about yeast flavour profile in hop-forward beers and how that yeast can affect the use of hops in the beers that you're brewing. So I'm going to hand over to Robert now, and I'll step back until we've got the Q&A at the end. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil, and thanks everyone at SIBA for making this happen. Hi to everyone out there. Hope you're well. Really shame can't be obviously seeing everyone today, but hope you enjoyed today's session. I'm going to get stuck straight in. We've got a reasonable amount to cover. As Neil said, I'm going to talk about yeast flavor and hop forward beer styles today, and obviously that focus is going to be on IPA. So if we go to our just content slide 2, what I'm going to cover today is the role of yeast in IPA and the rise of the craft beer revolution, how this is rediscovered a lot of the traditions that we saw of historic IPA. Have a look at IPA styles and variations. So just some considerations of how craft beer has diversified and changed IPA, and then look at what we call IPA solutions, looking at strain selection and other fermentation factors that are ultimately going to have effect on the beer. So next slide, please. I want to ask a question. You can see there. Well, what about yeast in IPA? And I think I'm just going to start from a historical perspective. So going back to the late 18th century into the kind of mid 19th century, very little was known about yeast's role in beer, and certainly in terms of alcoholic fermentation. And we always have to ask the question, what yeast would have been used in these kind of heritage IPAs that came out of London and Burton-upon-Trent and became so popular in that kind of early to mid 19th century? Well, it's a very hard question to answer, and of course there would have been quite a lot of variation in the yeast that were used for IPA. But certainly there are some records that give us indication on the general characteristics. And, looking through some of the old kind of IPA history textbooks, we have descriptions of just very general descriptions such as high attenuation. So I guess in modern terms, we might refer to that as, around 80%, maybe even above. Fermentation, to have good alcohol tolerance, to have a clean flavor, and not really much of a description beyond clean, hence putting inverted commas there. And this, of course, would have been brewery dependent. So, certainly in the Victorian age of brewing, there would have been complex multi-strain house cultures. So cultures that would have contained quite a diverse range of Saccharomyces cerevisiae ale yeasts and probably some other types of yeast in there as well. Strains and cultures were shared in between breweries as well, so this would have been passed around to a certain extent, much like we can say that like farmhouse traditions of brewing were passed from brewer to brewer. That was the same to a certain extent commercially as well, but really historical cultures over time gradually died out, and there is many factors which contribute this. But if we go on to the next slide, advances in microbiology, this was certainly one of the reasons in which we see a big shift in the use of yeasts in commercial brewing. So it's only really yesterday that the advances in microbiology and our understanding of brewing yeast really started to progress. And Louis Pasteur certainly was one of the key scientists involved at assigning that yeast was a living microorganism that was responsible for alcoholic fermentation. And it was not until 1883 that Emil Christian Hansen from the Carlsberg Group developed pure culture techniques. So this was actually isolating a single yeast cell, purifying it, propagating it. And it's that advances in microbiological understanding and this technique of pure culture propagation that we really start to see a shift in how yeast we use. And indeed, to this very day, most brewers only use one single strain in a fermentation. So we start to see this big shift, and I'm not saying that that necessarily is the reason why all the strains died out, or these diverse multi-strain cultures that would have been used in British breweries, but it's certainly a contributing factor. Moving on to the next slide, and fast forward, 100 years or so to the 1970s and 80s in America, and throughout the 20th century rather, we see kind of IPA losing favor with drinkers, and the reasons were many for this. Obviously, IPA beer in general became subject to changes in taxation, which saw a decrease in alcohol content. That's one contributing factor, but generally IPA became this not forgotten, but certainly unloved beer style. And it was really the American obsession, particularly on the West Coast of America, that really reignited the interest in IPA as a style and this historical brewing style. So, I think it's fair to say that IPA is at the heart and center of modern craft brewing. And indeed, looking at data from the Brewers Association, IPA production accounts for about 30 to 35% of total craft beer production in North America. So it's a really significant and certainly the beating heart of the modern craft beer scene. And so, we have brewers like Ken Grossman, Fitz Maytag, Bert Grant, all these brewers that were really influenced by the historical IPA and really wanted to revisit, to revive these old beer styles and recipes, but also experiment with new raw materials and, the selection of US hops, Cascade as an example being really critical to the rise of that American interpretation of the historical IPA. And the next slide, if we fast forward from really the start of that craft beer revolution, just how diverse and plural, modern IPA is. So it's certainly not one style of beer, it's many. And, this alone causes much debate and dare I say some arguments as well as to what IPA is. But I've just listed there some of the key kind of modern interpretations of IPA. Obviously, we have the more traditional styles, the English IPAs, which really influenced those, early American, particularly the West Coast. That more recently, East Coast yeast and New England IPAs has become very popular, which is really quite different to the West Coast style. And then we have others. Styles, some more niche styles like white IPA, fruit sour IPA, triple, etc. But a whole different range of IPA styles that brewers can now tap into. So moving on to the next slide, I just wanted to pose the question: what are the considerations when you're selecting a yeast, when you're fermenting any of these IPA styles now? Some of the key considerations. So yeast strain selection for sure is hugely important in defining and achieving what you want in an IPA. And from this is from a number of reasons. What flavor does it contribute? Is it more neutral and clean, like some of those old historical recipes described? And indeed, like a West Coast style yeast, is it kind of a neutral flavor, clean, high attenuating that's going to allow the hops to come through? Or is it going to be more kind of aromatic, contributing fruity aromas and those fruit flavors which are going to play nicely with modern hop varieties? And indeed the aroma as well. Do you want something clean, or do you want something a lot more aromatic to complement some of these modern hops? Attenuation, of course, is going to play an important role in the final outcome of the beer. And I've just put a graph up there on the right hand side. I'm not sure how much detail you can see, but that's actually the same base wort, which is just a standard kind of 12 degree Plato wort, all fermented at 20 degrees C. And we see just with 5 different yeast strain selections, and we're going to look at these strains closer, just how different the attenuation can be. A difference of between like 2 and 4 Plato in the finishing final gravity. And obviously attenuation is going to affect the perception of body, mouthfeel, perhaps even sweetness, and that's really important when being accurate and achieving this style of IPA correctly. For example, a West Coast IPA would be much more highly attenuated and a drier finish versus a kind of more modern East Coast style IPA, which would be a lot fuller in body and perhaps even a tiny bit sweeter. Alcohol tolerance as well is an important factor, given that IPA is a style, really pushing the kind of boundaries of ABV, particularly nowadays with kind of strong doubles and triples. It's quite common to see 8 to 10% ABV IPAs out there. So is the yeast going to cope with going up to that level of alcohol? And flocculation, of course, is important in several respects, but primarily I've included that they're referring to the visual contribution. Is it going to be high sedimenting, well flocculating yeast that settles out, giving a clear beer, or is it actually going to stay somewhat in suspension and contributing to a haze and the visual appearance of an IPA? And we all know that's a very relevant and important factor for the modern IPA. So the fermentation temperature and profile, a case of really understanding the yeast and how you're going to use it to get the best out of it. Is increasing the temperature, you're going to potentially provide more fruity aromatics. Then how does the yeast condition, and indeed, how does it interact with hops? So, dry hopping was an important aspect of historical IPAs and those long voyages from the UK to India, and dry hopping's, as important now as it was, back in the day. And so much emphasis we've seen is put on late hopping and aroma that dry hopping is a really important consideration. So how does the yeast interact with hops? And of course, here I'm alluding to, biotransformation, and we'll cover this in more detail. Next slide, please. So this leads me just to start with looking at IPA solutions. So what yeasts are well suited for IPA? And we're going to focus on 5 key strains that we have a document, a best practice document that really focuses on these 5 strains, and we'll look at them now. So we'll go down. If we can select first of all, the BRY97 yeast, we see here the flavour profile is predominantly neutral. And the reason for this is, the style that this is well suited to is West Coast, of course. So you can see on the pack there, American West Coast IPA yeast, and this originally was selected from the SIBA Institute in Chicago, and became the strain of choice for the West Coast breweries. And this was actually isolated from a brewery back in 1953, and you can see on the flavour wheel on the right hand side here that there's not much contribution in terms of the fruity tropical notes, but what we really want here is a clean and neutral yeast. So not much flavour contribution, not much aromatic contribution. And the attenuation range, typically we're looking about 80%, so reasonably high without being excessively high, and tolerant up to 13% ABV. So it's one where we can go right into the kind of higher triple IPAs and up to those nice high ABV. So very robust in terms of alcohol tolerance. And this strain as well secretes an enzyme, beta-glucosidase, which is one of the primary enzymes involved with biotransformation. And we'll look at this closer. So that's really like the classic West Coast yeast. And the next slide we'll look at is the New England yeast. So we're staying in America, and I guess one of the key questions we first, well, how does a West Coast yeast and a New England style strain differ? Well, there are some key differences, and a lot of that has to do with the flavor and aromatics. So we see again, just on the right hand side, the flavor wheel there, the tropical fruit character on this yeast is much more pronounced, whereas with the West Coast, we're looking for quite a neutral flavor. Specifically with this strain, you get a very much a kind of stone fruit ester note, and I always describe this particular strain as having like a tinned peach character to it. So it's quite, well, it's very distinct, in fact, very unique with its flavor profile. And I think one of the key differences between West and East Coast yeast strain selection is that with the West, obviously, we said we want a neutral, and with a New England style with an East Coast yeast, we want something a lot more aromatic, something a lot more fruity that's going to work in tandem with these modern hop varieties. So you're looking in some ways for a slightly more complex, slightly more three-dimensional kind of flavor and aroma. So the yeast and the hops working together. On this strain, actually, the attenuation is quite high. We typically associate the kind of New England style with a softer, smoother, fuller mouthfeel, and I'll talk about that specifically with one of our other yeast. But this actually has a relatively similar attenuation to the West Coast strain, BR197. So we're looking, between 80 and 85%. But obviously, brewing a New England style beer, we would be using cereals like wheat, oats, etc., to provide more kind of body and mouthfeel in that side. So really the key differences on flavor and aroma. We'll move across now to the UK and look at some more traditional British yeasts. We have Nottingham ale yeast, which is obviously very well known over here and widely used. And really this fits into more of the description of the historic IPA. If we think of that clean, high attenuation, nice and alcohol tolerant, up to 14% we list there, but we've seen it go higher. Again, similar in some respects to a West Coast yeast, we have a very strong, clean, neutral character for this strain, which makes it incredibly versatile in terms of pale ales, IPAs, and many other styles. So very forgiving, high flocculation as well, strong sedimentation, very fast fermentation as well. So is a really great example of that more traditional style British yeast, but incredibly versatile. So a great choice on many different types of pale ales and IPAs. Again, this actually produces one of the biotransformation enzymes in quite high concentration, as we see, but in terms of aromatics and flavor, we very clean, very minimal low esters on this, even when it's fermented warm. Staying with a British yeast, next we've got the Windsor yeast, and this is very different to something like the Nottingham and very different from the previous two strains I introduced. And One of the key reasons for this difference relates to the attenuation and the impact on body, mouthfeel, sweetness, etc. So in wort, brewing wort, we obviously have a spectrum, a range of sugars, mostly maltose, predominantly that disaccharide, so 2 glucose molecules linked in. The majority of ale yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, will utilize and ferment the trisaccharide sugar malted triose, whereas this particular strain, Windsor, doesn't. So in a typical brewing wort, I'd say malted triose accounts for somewhere between like 10 and 15% of the wort sugars. So the result being we get kind of 10 to 15% less attenuation than these strains that I've described previously. So you get around about 70% attenuation, so much less. So you've got to obviously factor that into, adjusting your OG targets and alcohol yield. And obviously this is going to provide a much fuller, slightly sweeter finish to the beer, which makes it a fantastic selection for these very modern East Coast style beers, which rely on higher body. It has a very distinct kind of fruity character as well, which again makes it ideal for these very modern IPAs. So with Windsor specifically, we get what I describe as a marmalade flavor, very kind of classic kind of fruity British ale yeast. So slightly bitter kind of orange peel, orange pith, that kind of really, really quite nice, and that you can imagine with those kind of notes contributing to a modern IPA, how well that works with these kind of modern hop varieties. Then moving on to our last strain in this IPA solutions portfolio, the Verdant IPA yeast. I've been asked to pay a bit more attention on this today, so I'll give you a bit more info on the background to it. But this sits really nicely in terms of attenuation in between the Windsor yeast I just described and the higher attenuating strains like the New England BRY and Nottingham. Now, this does utilize malted triose, but has a lower affinity for it. So a typical range for attenuation would be 75 to like 78%. So not as low as the Windsor, not as high as the others. And it gives it a really nice kind of right in the middle in terms of attenuation, just a point of difference for this strain. And you can see on the flavor wheel, again, much like a New England style yeast, we have much more pronounced fruity notes, big tropical flavors. And this one really kicks out big aromatics. And although, we're talking about stone fruit and fruity esters, it is very distinct from the New England strain. So with this strain, we get big apricot flavors, slightly kind of sweetish vanilla note to it, but prominent notes of apricots and others, some kind of tropical fruits going on. So it gives really great balanced mouthfeel and finish. It gives a really nice smoothness to the finish, not sweet, like a malted triose negative strain might contribute, but just a really nice kind of smooth finish. So makes it a really good option for many kind of American style pale ales, as well as more traditional English, and then more modern, the kind of NEPA and others, but actually really good on dark beers and sours as well. So just a bit of background on this strain, moving on to the next slide, obviously about Verdant. We're based in the UK, we know about Verdant, but we were doing trials with them several years ago on the New England strain, obviously based down in Cornwall. Just moving on to the next slide, the story. Just the background with this, we have this kind of marketing slogan is we brew with you, and I think that very much reflects the the nature of collaboration that we try and set up and work with breweries to trial and really bring exciting new strains to the market. And we were working with Verdant Brewery on trialing the New England strain, which I've given a bit of detail about back when we were launching that in 2017. They said, we have a house yeast. It's different to the one you've given us, but really good for these modern IPA styles, which they're well known for, of course. Would you like to have a look at it? And James Heffron, head brewer, top right there, of course. And so this was sent off to a UK lab, and there were 3 strains in there. 2 Saccharomyces cerevisiae, 1 non-sac strain within that culture, and it was actually the dominant cerevisiae strain, the dominant ale yeast out of those 3 that was isolated, put on a slant, and was sent across to our yeast culture collection in Montreal. So it just gives you an idea of just a bit of the background and how out of kind of trials and collaboration that we, several years later, we managed to now commercially release this. So next slide, just looking more closer at the kind of aroma profile of this. Its flavor's very clean, and by clean, I mean it doesn't produce much of anything in terms of off-notes. So you're not really getting any H2S, any diacetyl or anything like that, but so really nice, clean, kind of fruity notes coming through. And as I described earlier, the prominent flavor of this strain is apricot. Maybe some other slight stone fruit notes, but it really is defined by that kind of apricot note with that slight kind of sweetish vanilla hint to it as well. So really good option for different types of modern IPA. Obviously, it works incredibly well for New England IPA, just with that very kind of fruit-forward contribution. But as described, really good on anything from pale ales to more historical English-style IPAs, and then bitters, stouts, and sours as well. So actually very versatile. I think it's quite easy to pigeonhole yeast, saying it's only for like this style and exclude it from others, but actually a very versatile strain. So it's been a great project to work on, and we're very grateful to Verdant for collaborating with us. And the feedback from the strain has been absolutely fantastic since we launched it in August of last year. Moving on, without looking at more strains in greater detail, obviously in our IPA solutions document, and we have that best practice document looking at IPA strain selection. It's available on the Lallemand Brewing website to download, and a really helpful document. But beyond those 5 strains, which we've taken a closer look at, what other considerations could we have for IPA? So I just wanted to plant the seed more than anything. It's becoming popular to use different Kveik strains for producing IPA, because they tend to be high attenuating, obviously very fast fermentations, but some of the flavor notes, like our Lalbrew Voss, which is highlighted there, that nice kind of slightly orange note, again, really complements these modern hop varieties. Belgium IPA, not such a kind of big or prevalent IPA style, but a really nice kind of niche one as well. And I cited the example there of Stone Brewing's Cali Belgique IPA, an absolutely fantastic beer. And I thought, IPA fermented with a Belgian ale yeast, never going to work. Completely wrong. It's an absolutely sublime beer. So using something like a traditional Abbey yeast, I've just pictured there, and then a white IPA, so using a lot more kind of delicate wit style, a lot softer on flavor, producing a modern white IPA. So I think, beyond these core yeast that we have for that are clearly marked IPA, it's always really interesting to look outside that. And then next slide, just to again introduce a concept more than for the sake of time going into loads of detail, but co-fermentation blending for flavor. So can you actually combine some of these strains that I've introduced to, to get something slightly different, slightly new, unique, sorry, in terms of flavor. So a popular one is for example, is using the Windsor strain in combination with BRY97, the West Coast. So you're achieving the attenuation that a West Coast brings, but getting the flavor contribution from the Windsor. So, combining yeast like that. Can you do that for flavor? Or next slide, can you blend for function? So I've just cited two examples here. Windsor and New England to increase the haziness for some beer styles, with the Windsor being a lot less flocculent. Can we actually have some haze contribution that's going to work really well with these modern IPA styles? Or then flip side of that, can we actually improve sedimentation? So something like a strain like Nottingham, which is a very high flocculating, high sedimenting yeast, could we combine that with the lower flocculating yeast to encourage flocculation, improve that sedimentation? So there's really two ways to approach that in terms of flavor and function. And on the next slide, I've just listed some of those potential combinations that seem to have been popular commercially, and really just trying to take that concept of the artist's palette, hence the image in the top right there, of just encouraging people to kind of play around with different combinations to get like different nuances and hues in the beer, both in terms of flavor and function. Of course, one combination I've listed there is the BR197 with a bacteria like our sour pitch. So we can consider like the co-inoculation of bacteria and yeast to produce a sour IPA. We can consider that a co-fermentation. And moving on to the next slide, I've got a commercial example of this type of a sour IPA. So very modern sour IPA style. So this is done with a co-fermentation actually in the FV. So I mentioned, an option, we could actually use a Kvike yeast like the Lalbrew Voss in an IPA. And as it happens with the high fermentation temperatures of Kvike, actually is operating in about the same area as the bacteria. So we're talking like that 35 to 40 degrees C range. So in this particular beer, what Vocation Brewery did in Hebden Bridge in Yorkshire, they actually transferred the wort across to the FV at 35C, inoculated the wort first with bacteria. That was allowed to do its kind of souring and lower pH to, I think it's like 3.3, 3.4 within 24 hours. And then the Voss was actually introduced. So at that same time, which is absolutely perfect temperature for a Kvike fermentation, you then doing that what we call sequential inoculation. So the bacteria on the first day, the Kvike on the second day, and we have a soured and fermented beer within 48 hours, which is just crazy when you think about those figures. This was, of course, not the wort transferred to FV wasn't hopped, because the bacteria is obviously very intolerant to hops. And then they, after the fermentation and souring, did a huge dry hop. I can't quite remember the figures, but it was substantial, shall we say, and that obviously then inhibited the bacteria. But a really great example of co-fermentation and the creativity that can be done with yeast as well as bacteria to produce a very modern IPA style. And that beer was absolutely stunning. Next slide. I'm just going to finish off quickly, just referring to biotransformation, because it's a hot topic. I could do a whole lecture on it just on its own, but obviously we're talking about yeast and hop interactions here. So biotransformation being defined as the modification of a chemical compound made by a microorganism, of course, this case, yeast. Yeast and hops are two of the primary ingredients. So, you know, how does the yeast strain selection play a role in this? Well, if we look at the next slide, what we've actually done for all our portfolio of brewing yeast and in particular these IPA strains is actually characterize them for the expression of the two key enzymes involved in biotransformation, which would be beta lyase and beta glucosidase. So here is an example just on the left there of the action of beta lyase. It's the conversion of an inodorous precursor, so it wouldn't contribute anything in terms of aroma or flavor, and that is hydrolyzed by beta lyase and converted into a volatile thiol, which is going to potentially, you know, really increase the aromatic contribution. So if you look on the right hand side, they're the three strains out of this IPA group of yeast that express beta lyase to a higher concentration would be the Verdant IPA, BRY 97, the West Coast yeast, and perhaps surprisingly Nottingham, that traditional English yeast. So interesting to see, you know, the three good candidates for, you know, potentially adding in more aromatics when dry hops are added in. Looking at the next slide, we're here focusing on beta glucosidase, and quite a different action. We're talking here about hop-bound glycosides. So what we have here is actually a glucose molecule linked to a hop oil molecule, and we all know hop oil really contributes a lot in terms of aroma. And in this bound form, when they're bound together, it's they're not soluble and doesn't contribute anything in terms of flavor and aroma. But what the beta glucosidase enzyme does, as we can see just on that diagram there, it actually hydrolyzes the bond between the oil and the glucose molecule, liberating that oil, and obviously potentially they're adding a greater aromatic contribution. So it was the New England strain in the BRY 97 that expressed this enzyme to a more elevated concentration. So two potential candidates there for good utilization of biotransformation. But then next slide, you know, irrespective of yeast strain selection, you know, some will produce these enzymes to higher concentrations than we've seen. But if you really want to take that to the next level, then you've really got to add in the enzyme in its pure form. And we actually released this as a separate product just at the end of 2020. And we just see on the diagram there, just the actual hydrolysis of these hop-bound glycosides was so much higher just with the actual pure enzymes rather than it coming from the yeast. So quickly, just as an example, going on to the next slide, we have Napa beer in Spain, just some details from one of the many trials that we've done globally in the kind of in the run up to the launch of that enzyme product. But it was BRY 97, the West Coast is used with 6 grams per hectoliter of this beta glucosidase enzyme, the aromazyme, and we had obviously split that into 2 tanks. One was the control, so no enzyme dosed, versus the second FV, which was dosed with the beta glucosidase. And moving on to the next slide, we just get to see some of the results, which may be slightly hard to see, but what's important there is like the table on the bottom right, where you can see some of those hop oil fractions and just the actual difference between the control and the enzyme dose. So the actual the one really to look out for there is linalool. So what's going to contribute, you know, a significant amount of aroma. That was 300% difference in the concentration of linalool between the control and the enzyme dosed beer. So by adding this enzyme into the FV at the start of fermentation, we've got the potential to unlock a whole new level of aroma, which is potentially really exciting. So next slide, just the conclusions relating to biotransformation and specifically this enzyme. We have the potential for a much greater enhanced aroma spectrum, and this really increases the diversity of hop flavor and aroma by changing that ratio in those oils, those terpenes, and can really enhance beer mouthfeel and drinkability by reducing some of those harsher notes as well. And has the potential to express, some more different kind of unique character from, shall we say, less sophisticated hops. So slightly disingenuous phrase perhaps, but maybe those hop varieties that are not, naturally as intense or aromatic. And then finally, just my last slide here, just on kind of concluding our thoughts on IPA, is that obviously we know that IPA has a rich history, and its evolution as a beer style, really coming from an export beer to India, has seen a great revival since the 1970s and 80s, particularly in North America. And I think, as hopefully I've managed to get across to you in this relatively short space of time, that the actual yeast strain selection is very critical to modern IPA style. So, what is it going to contribute? How is it going to affect the final finish of the beer? And I think, I've had to rush through just for the sake of time, the slides on biotransformation, but I think we can certainly say there is a lot more to research and development, not only in terms of strain selection and how those yeasts are interacting with hops and IPA beer styles, but actually understanding, the role of enzymes and beer in a slightly more three-dimensional way. So there is a lot more to come on this, but we have a couple of really great documents, best practice on, if you want more information on biotransformation and on the IPA solutions, we've got those documents to download from our website. And then we have on our Lallemand Brewing YouTube channel as well, some really fantastic in-depth webinars on these topics. So please do take the time to explore those. And that's me done really. Just on the last slides there, we just have some of our contact information if anyone wants to get in touch. And on the very last slide, just staying up to date with our latest news. We cover a lot of the R&D, a lot of the research we do in those newsletters, so they contain some really great information. So would encourage you to sign up to them. Of course, we're present on all the social media, but I hope you found that interesting. I've had to rush through, and I hope you've taken that in, and it provided some insight into the role of yeast in the production of IPA. But thanks very much for your attention, and I'll be absolutely delighted to take any questions for the next kind of 10-15 minutes.
Thank you so much for that, Robert. That's incredibly interesting. And as you say, there was a lot of material to cover there in such a short space of time. So I appreciate you
I'm losing my voice a bit there.
of yeast there, and its reaction and interaction with hops. Incredibly interesting. I've had a couple of questions come in while you've been talking, so I'll relay them to you if you don't mind. First one comes from Hop Forward. So he says, Robert, I brew on a small scale, about 1 brewery barrel. How would a dried yeast combine with a liquid yeast, so something like BRY 97 with London Fog? Would that work in pretty much the same way?
Yes, well, thanks for the question, and good afternoon, Nick. I hope you're well. Yes, well, I think historically people have made like a distinction between dry and liquid yeast, but of course really yeast is yeast. Once it's put into wort or put into water and rehydrated, it's obviously liquid from there on in. So absolutely, it's possible to combine any different yeast strains within reason. And I think that the two examples cited there are actually a really good combination. It's I guess just making sure that you've got the right cell concentrations and whether you want to be a bit more dominant. Or so it would just maybe take a bit of calculation of from your liquid yeast supply, what cell concentration you've got and growing up to, and what you're going to be adding in dry form. But yes, absolutely, that's possible. Thanks for the question, Nick.
Another question coming from Palmer's Brew is asking about I'm assuming about the Lallemand products themselves. Are these yeasts designed for a single brew, or are they designed to be enough to be? Is there enough for the yeast to be skimmed and repitched for future generations, or is it just for a single brew?
Yes, well, thank you for the question, and hi to the team at Palmer's. Yes, absolutely. As I said, once a dry yeast is rehydrated and it's fermenting, it's a liquid strain and can be handled, can be cropped, can be repitched, in any way really. And it is slightly strain dependent in the sense that they will have different flocculation, sedimentation characteristics. For example, some strains will, form a very prominent yeast head and krausen during fermentation, so they could be good candidates for skimming from the top and repitching. Like the Verdant, for example, is a good example of that. And anyone that has used it will know that it does form a very vigorous kind of yeast head, and then actually crops from the top really nicely. But I think just to do with more modern fermenter design now being cylindric conical vessels with good cones now, most strains sediment to the bottom, and you get nice kind of yeast collection at in the cone at the bottom. And obviously we can draw yeast off, repitch it. Obviously, it's always there are obviously key considerations for repitching, assessing the quality of the yeast, so looking at the viability, the vitality, the concentration of yeast cells before you're inoculating it into the subsequent brew. But absolutely, the yeast strains can be repitched, and we have a best practice document on repitching, which is actually available on our website, which gives some really helpful guidance on key considerations for that. So a good place to look if you want a bit more info.
I think we've got time for just a couple more questions if we're quick. While you talk there about best practice, this is from James Kerr, has asked, any best practice advice for ale strains that tend to stall during fermentation?
A good question, Jim. I think really if we're talking about stalling fermentations, there are a few considerations. I think first of all, I think to try and negate stuck fermentations, obviously pitching rate is going to be really, really important. And I think there's a tendency to underpitch rather than overpitch in beer. So if you want to avoid stalling fermentations, then make sure that you've got adequate cell concentration to complete the attenuation, to make sure it's going to ferment well and strongly. Then there's yeast strain selection is really important. So flocculation, a characteristic, is it potentially going to prematurely flocculate? Not many strains have that really, so it's not too much of an issue, but maybe how it utilizes the sugar. So in the presentation I referred to the Windsor yeast doesn't utilize the trisaccharide sugar malted triose, and obviously that's going to have a much lower attenuation. So actually understanding the strain that you're using and what sugars it's going to ferment. Also, what you're pitching it into, if it's a stressful fermentation, supporting that growth and fermentation with a nutrient product. So, yeast cell growth and fermentation relies on the provision of lots of kind of micronutrients and vitamins as well. So, whereas a malt-derived wort will give us a lot of these, nutrients and things for growth that yeast like, I think it's always good to look at yeast nutrient products as well. So having amino acids, vitamins, trace minerals, etc., is all going to help support healthy fermentation and hopefully, stop stuck fermentations happening.
I think we've got time just for one more if we're quick on this one. This one's from a Hoppy Place, which is again the bottle shop in Windsor. He's asking, what kind of warm side maturation would you recommend when brewing with the Verdant yeast, the Verdant isolate? You've seen plenty of people go straight from primary to cold crash on that yeast strain. You got any opinions or advice on that?
Very good question, and I guess it depends somewhat on what you're kind of aiming to achieve, particularly in terms of the dry hop. So just to give you an example and an idea, what we worked on with Verdant was a kind of a best practice for dry hopping. So we'll typically start the fermentation at kind of 17, 18 C and allow it just to rise, for the first kind of 2-3 days at 19 C, and at day kind of 4 or 5, when it's getting to the end, actually let that climb up to 22, 23. So it has a really nice kind of warmer finish. So the main bulk of the attenuation isn't too warm, but right at the tail end. So we're having a nice warm finish to the beer. That high finish and maintaining a good yeast to wort contact is actually really good for reducing diacid down if it's there, but I can't say that the strain doesn't seem to produce huge quantities of it, to be quite honest. So it's more like a step up to a warm finish. At that point, Verdant and other breweries actually drop the fermentation down to like 16, 17. So we've got a differential between that warm finish of like 23, 22 down to 16, 17. So we're dropping it by 5C. That allows, is enough to start dropping the yeast cells out of solution sedimenting. So it's at that point they would crop the yeast for subsequent repitching. And then they introduce the dry hop at that, slightly warmer temperature of 16, 17 degrees, do that for, 2-3 days or whatever their dry hop stand is, and then kind of drop down to a colder temperature after that period of dry hopping done. So it's a kind of stage temperature, but all very precisely done for reasons. You've got a nice kind of clean primary fermentation, warm finish, drop yeast crop, then you dry hop, and then go down to cold. So that gives you an example of what that brewery and some others are doing with that type of yeast, and it seems to work very, very well in that respect. So good question, and thank you.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Rob. I think we're running out on time. The AV desk are telling me we need to wrap up, ready for the next session. So thank you very much for that. Incredibly interesting. I'm assuming that anyone can drop you an email after the fact today with any questions, and also we'll try and make some of the information presented available to members as well. So thanks again to Robert. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, and thank you everyone for listening. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye now.
Thank you. Hi, welcome to our next session. I'm Neil Walker from SIBA, and I'm very happy to introduce our next set of speakers. So we've got Joseph Field from Muntons and also Fabian Clark from Muntons, who I've invited along, Emma Inch and Johnny Garrett, who are both beer writers, broadcasters and beer experts. We're going to be talking today about their low and no alcohol beers. We're going to do a tutored tasting of a range of beers which have been produced with Muntons. So yeah, I'm going to pass over to these guys now. I'll keep an eye on the questions and I'll bring those in at the end if we need them. But yeah, over to you guys.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, thanks again for everyone for joining us. Welcome to the Muntons Alcohol-Free Tasting Seminar. I'm Joseph Fifield, the Muntons Brewing and Distilling Sales Manager for the South of England and Wales. So before introducing the rest of the panel, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Neil and the team at SIBA for going ahead with today's event. I'm sure, like me, you're quite disappointed that we couldn't be up in Liverpool, sat in the events hall with a beer in hand, doing this live. But credit to the team for persevering with the virtual events, and sort of it's credit to the industry as a whole that even though we've been struck down with the pandemic, we can still come together as members, brewers, and suppliers, and come together and share our knowledge. So moving on, so I'm also pleased to say that today's session was fully subscribed. Literally within the blink of an eye, we had 100 boxes up for grabs of our alcohol-free beers, and yeah, they just went like that. And it just goes to show that there is such a high level of engagement and interest for the emerging no-low category. So today we are here to talk about the sober elephant in the room, which isn't COVID, which is nice to say, and that is no and low alcohol beers and how they fit within the elite world of craft beer. The alcohol-free market continues to develop with an annual growth of 7% each year since 2018, and was actually the fastest growing drinks category in the summer of 2019, back when we were allowed to go out to the pub with our friends and actually socialise normally. With almost a quarter of UK 18 to 24-year-olds claiming to be teetotal, I think we're just at the start of this no-low wave, and just at the start of the potential for the no-low market. A market which is currently estimated to be worth over $11 billion worldwide, and it's currently dominated by very low alcohol beers and expensively de-alcoholized beers. So considering this, and to help brewers win a slice of that $11 billion pie, we're here today to launch our latest innovation project, Muntons Premium Alcohol-Free Malt Extract, the revolutionary solution for brewing any truly alcohol-free beer, which hold their own against the rest of the alcohol-free beers out there in the market. So with this product, what do we want to do? We want to remove the barriers presented to brewers to enter into this growing market by eliminating the need to invest in expensive equipment or still having very low alcohol levels, which in itself is a barrier to the strictest of beer markets. So to demonstrate the versatility of our new product, Fabian and the team have put together the tasting boxes, which I hope everyone received safely. These include 4 beers. They include a 0.0% lager, IPA, stout, and sour. And I'm pleased to say that I won't be doing this alone, because I'm sure you'll get bored of my voice very quickly. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our honoured and privileged. I'm honoured and privileged to introduce our guests, Emma Inch, Johnny Garrett, and our very own Fabian Clark. So welcome, guys. Emma is a multi-award-winning freelance writer and audio maker, and a former British Beer Writer of the Year. Emma has written for a number of national and international publications, and also produces creative audio and podcasts for the drinks industry. You can find more about Emma at fermentationonline.com. And Johnny is an acclaimed beer journalist and documentary maker, as well as running the multi-award-winning YouTube channel, the Craft Beer Channel, which makes short films about beer, brewing, and travel, and has over 100,000 subscribers. Johnny also regularly writes for the national newspapers and Good Beer Hunting, and has published 2 books, with a third out in the autumn, I believe. So we'll hopefully hear a bit more about that later on. And last but not least, we're joined by Fabian Clark. Fabian is Munton's senior brewing technologist, and importantly, the mastermind behind the extract and the beers that we're going to drink together. So that's my monologue done, out the way. Welcome, guys. How's it going?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Excited to crack these open.
Excellent.
So,
excellent. So during today's session, we're going to, of course, discuss the 4 beers, but also your experiences of alcohol-free beer and the alcohol-free sector as a whole. But before we delve into that, let's hear a little bit more from Fabian about the actual product itself, and then just a quick intro into the 4 beers, if you don't mind, Fabian.
Yeah, no worries. So about just under 3 years ago, we were looking at the sort of growth in the alcohol-free sector and started our long journey on developing a product that could, as Joe said, sort of remove the barrier to entry into this sector and make it something that any brewer that wants to make an alcohol-free beer or high-quality alcohol-free beer that they're happy with on a flavor profile front, just make that possible for everyone. And over this very, very long period of time, we have tried a lot of things, scrapped a lot of those ideas, and have now come to the product that we're looking at now. It's a true 0% alcohol-free beer base. So the extract is designed for a dilution in the brew house, then designed to be treated as a typical wort would. So then hopped as you would in a normal brew, boiled, and then as soon as that's all happened, instead of oxygenation and fermentation, it goes to chill, and if there's the desire, dry hopped and flavored, or chill, filter, pack, and job done. Joe mentioned we spent quite a bit of time making these. Quite a bit of time was the bottling and labeling. The actual production of the beers was quite rapid. I think we did 2 per day, and it works quite nicely. It doesn't take too long as due to the fermentation not being part of it. The product itself that goes into these is a liquid malt extract. So it's made from traditional brewer's malt that we then basically run through our own brewery on site, and then concentrate up to about 66% solids. And then we actually modify the sugar profile to take away that quite caramelly malty edge that malt extract typically has, take away some of that flavor profile, and just balance it out. So when it then becomes diluted, it doesn't taste like carbonated wort. It tastes like a fermented beer would, which we're going to try in a couple of short minutes. Joe already mentioned we have the 4 different styles. We picked out 4 styles that were quite broad from a flavor spectrum to basically hopefully help with the idea of this product isn't designed as it only makes alcohol-free lager or alcohol-free IPAs. It's designed to do the job that pale malt would do in traditional beer. It's the base that a brewer can take and then craft their own unique alcohol-free beer styles from, similarly as a brewer would take their pale malt or lager malt as the base to craft all their beer specialities that they already make.
Oh, cool. So moving on to you two, Emma and Johnny, in terms of your experiences with alcohol-free beer today, what's your thoughts on the category?
I mean, I think that it used to be something that was much more niche, much more people weren't really looking for alcohol-free beer. I think that's completely changed. I think it's it's almost like vegan food or wanting Wi-Fi everywhere. It's something people expect when they go for a drink. Really, it's not it's not a niche thing anymore. It's mainstream, and people expect to have those alcohol-free options. You mentioned about how fewer and fewer people are drinking, or are cutting, more and more people are cutting back on their drinking. And I think we used to sort of talk in terms of, well, you know, it's millennials and Gen Zs. Well, millennials are going to be 40 this year, so we're talking about quite a chunk of kind of beer drinking people who are very clearly saying that, you know, that they're cutting down on their alcohol. And I think the options have got so much more over the past couple of years, but they're still quite limited. There's some great breweries doing some really good things like Good Karma and Drop Bear and Big Drop Brewing. But you know, this product, and hopefully we'll talk more about it in a minute, this product has the opportunity to really broaden that market and to you know, to take that mainstream and make it accessible for everybody.
Yeah, I think Emma's exactly right to say that there's been a bit of a shift in who is actually enjoying these beers and who's expecting these beers. It used to be that low alcohol beers were for the designated driver or for somebody that doesn't drink at all. And now we're starting to find that, you know, absolutely everybody, whatever generation, whatever gender, is interested in having some days where they can consume alcohol style beverages without actually having to drink. And that's down to, you know, campaigns like Dry January, which get a lot of criticism, I think, within the industry. But actually, you know, the main point of that isn't to say we should all give up every January. It's so that people can have a go, and then for the other 11 months of the year, understand that when they do want to cut back on their alcohol, there are options there now. And I think actually the industry's been rather slow on the uptake on that. But in the last sort of 2 years, we've seen some pretty miraculous beers, pretty miraculous innovations that has come together with a real step change in the last 2 or 3 years, where people have begun to expect that. And I did Dry January for the first time this year, and found I tried over the 30 days, I tried about 45, 50 different low alcohol beers from the UK, at least half of which were genuinely delicious. And, you know, we couldn't have said that 2 years ago. So, you know, it's time, I think, that every brewery had a low alcohol option on their menu, because there's always going to be somebody wanting to come to your tap room or to your pub that's going to need a low alcohol option, and you're going to be putting whole groups off if that one person isn't catered to.
Well, hopefully today will help the brewers out there, so indeed everyone can get into the market and offer a no-low option on their bars. So so a little bit of housekeeping before we delve into the tasting. With everyone's packs, you should have received one of these little cards, which has a QR code on the back. So we'd love to get your feedback on the beers. So if you scan that QR code, a sensory tasting scorecard will come up. So as we drink along, feel free to score, and Fabian has a magic spreadsheet which will collate all the data at the end, and we can use that to further develop the product to make it as good as it possibly can be. So yeah, so let's jump straight into it. Fabian, do you want to introduce our first beer?
Yeah, so to start off, we'll go with the 0% lager. The idea is we're going to go sort of in the order of flavour intensity. So we'll start off with the lager, which is, well, as you'd expect from a lager, not got huge amounts of hop aroma or roast aroma or indeed sourness to it. This beer, we tried something out on this one to really highlight what the extract itself does without giving it too much assistance or doing too much process with it. So what we've done with this one is, this is not been boiled. This was a straight dilution of the premium alcohol-free extract with hot water. Then we used some pre-isomerized hop extract to add some bitterness in, used some further CO2 hop extracts to add a little bit of a hop flavor profile, but not an in-your-face spike, and added in a little bit of lactic acid for pH balancing and some ascorbic acid to take care of oxidation. That blend, as soon as it was a homogeneous liquid, went straight through a filter into the packing line. So we basically tried to see what the options are of really just taking the extract, diluting it, and not much else to it, just to see what the absolute baseline of the product is, and the other 3 beers basically build upon that, where we then started doing stuff to it. So yeah, that's the alcohol-free lager as an introduction. Yeah.
So initial thoughts, Johnny. Sort of saw you sort of getting it right up close to the camera. So what do you think?
Showing off my broadcast quality there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really incredible idea. This idea of a beer that you don't even have to necessarily boil. I think that a lot of the barrier to entry for some of the smaller brewers has been the amount of cost that, if you don't have a dealcoholizer or you're not vacuum distilling or whatever it is, you're still having to pay for huge amounts of ingredients for a low alcohol beer. And there's an expectation in this category that the price point will be significantly lower because there's no alcohol in it. So having the ability not only to save on ingredients, but you can also save on the idea of energy costs as well, and indeed time in the brew house, is really, really powerful. And there's still, there's some grain character to this that, you could really amp up by, there's lots of different applications for this product where you can add your own malts in to add specialty grains and stuff like that to really play with it and build out the profile that you're sort of looking for.
Excellent.
So yeah, I think
Emma, when you sort of crack open an alcohol-free beer, do you go into it with any preconceptions, or do you take every beer on its face value and drink it as its own beer without thinking about it too much before?
Oh God, I don't know. I suppose I want it to be nice, if I've spent money on it, especially.
Yeah.
I think I used to go into. I used to drink no alcohol beer, expecting it not to be as nice as other beer, beer with alcohol. Now I kind of realise that there's potential that it can be a really satisfying drink, and I think as Johnny was saying earlier, alcohol-free beer isn't just for people who don't ever drink. I drink a lot of beer, and I drink a lot of alcohol-free beer as well. So it's for people, it's people like me who really like their beer as well, to have an option. So I don't have to drink, pop or juice. I can have that with my 8-year-old at home. I think what Johnny was saying as well about this beer, that sort of getting my head around that that this beer isn't boiled, it isn't fermented. I think it's just really interesting way of thinking about things. And there will be people who will sort of knock it for authenticity or whatever. And I guess with any sort of alcohol-free thing, it's a payoff, isn't it? You're not going to have the alcohol, but you still want a beer. And I guess it's where you want to draw that line. And my line is quite a way away, I think. Really, I'm prepared to kind of accept quite a lot in terms of having a beery drink, because I like beer.
Oh, I think everyone in this panel shares that sentiment. I think we all definitely like a beer, probably more than from time to time. I am conscious that we're sort of we're on a very tight ship in terms of time here, so we'll have to sort of get the lager out the way and move on to our next beer, which is our IPA. So quickly crack open the next bottle, and we'll let Fabian fire away with his next intro.
Yeah, so the second one that we have at the moment is the IPA. So for the IPA, we went a little more towards what we traditionally had intended with the product. So we did a slightly higher inclusion of the extracts itself. So we went for about 4.5 kilos per hectoliter to get a little more sweetness in. And then throughout the boil process on this one, we did add a little bit of hops for bitterness and sort of a bit of a hop flavor. And then we went a bit overboard on the late hops. We used quite a lot of sort of very citrus forward hops in there, which actually we noticed in the production gave the beer quite a sort sort of lemony flavor on the front. There's quite a lot of lemon drop in this one. So you get like, Joe was jokingly saying when we did the original tasting, that it's almost got like enough lemon character that it's like a bit like a Radler, potentially even. We didn't add too much dry hop on this because I didn't have huge amounts of time to keep it in vessel. So we only had a 1 day dry hop addition just to get a little bit of hops in there. And then basically after that entire process was done, we microfiltered it, bottled it, and then pasteurized them. We did find that the microfiltration, so really tight filtration, does pull out quite a significant amount of the hop character, which is nothing that's new to anyone here, I think. And the bottling system that we have also is very good at removing sort of quite volatile hop character during the carbonation process, which is a bit of a downside to the process that we use on site. But I still think it's a good example of what the IPA sort of can do, especially on the hop flavor profile. I do take the point that we had beforehand with Joe, that the aroma could be a little more hop forward. And I think this potentially would be one of the styles where microfiltration, it might be overrated. And I personally would even go down the route of putting a preservative into this kind of beer, because I'd rather have a really punchy, potentially slightly hazy, hoppy beer that has a preservative listed on its ingredient declaration, because that will then give me the option to have a flavorless preservative but a really hop forward beer. In my case, we already printed the labels without a preservative, so I couldn't do that.
We've got an interesting question from Jeremy Swainson. Is, can a beverage that has never actually seen contact with yeast be classed as a beer, or is it just a malt beverage? So I know we've spoken about this before, Fabian. Do you want to sort of give your insight into that?
To me, I mean, if I'm going purely back to my roots of being a trained brewer from Germany, I wouldn't call it a beer, because that's the way I was brought up. On the other side, it depends on how picky you want to start being on this sort of whole category. There's a lot of sort of alcohol-free beer that is designed like that, and that blurs the line between malt beverage and beer. And I think if you wanted to be very picky about it, and in countries where beer is defined by certain processes, yes, I would not call it a beer, I'd call it a malt beverage. But I think it also goes down the route that Johnny and Emma both mentioned, that it's not only alcohol-free beer, it's supplying an option from a brewery with all of the things belonging to your brewery and to your brand, but supplying an option to the fairly large group of people that just want an alcohol-free beverage that's not pop or juice. I mean, if I can go to a pub and I'm not drinking that evening, and I have more choice than Coke as the alcohol-free option, I think that's the idea behind this product, this kind of product. But answering the question, I think it's depending on how your definition wants to be. One of the other options that is possible that we did try out quite successfully, actually, is we did low alcohol blends of beers, where we, for example, took a 5% beer from the brewer that we were working with at the time, made an alcohol-free dilution to match that flavor profile, and then did a 9-to-1 blend. So we put in 1/10 of their beer into the alcohol-free blend, and that again then adds in it's got a touch of fermented and product, and it's got some alcohol in there. We also did a version where we actually took the fermented beer and went way overboard on the yeast pitch. So we got silly amounts of like estery profile and fermented flavor, and then diluted that into the alcohol-free base to make a 0.5% beer that then I would most definitely classify as beer, because it has a beer in it, and it's basically just back to the correct flavor profile with something that has the correct flavor profile and just we add in that alcohol-y top note that you won't get with alcohol-free product.
Something I noted while we were talking about this before the panel, a lot of the beers that have been made at the moment, a lot of the ones that I was trying back in January, have lactose added to add body and add sweetness back into these beers. And what I find with the IPA, much more than the lager, is that sweetness that is left over is super welcome, and it could be really great for having other ways of introducing sweetness and body back into these low alcohol beers, or of course using that as the base and adding in the fermented flavors to get a beer that feels a bit more balanced, because a lot of the beers that don't use lactose, particularly on the heavier hop side, start to feel very powdery, very dry. And that's something that this IPA really doesn't struggle with. It's got a really nice bitter sweetness on the finish, which is very hard to get in a low alcohol beer.
I think that's an important point about the lactose as well. There's so many, which, you know, there's more and more people choosing not to eat or drink animal products at the moment. That it's really good that this beer has that option. You know, that this product has that option to make something that has, you know, in my opinion, a decent body kind of thing, without having to have lactose in there, and has that sweetness as well. Although, you know, that could be an option, as you say, that could be something that people switch in. Yeah.
So we'll should we move on to our third beer of the day? I think this is moving on to the stout, which is my personal favourite of the four, and it's a good segue from beers that use a lot of dextrose and lactose. So it does again show the benefit of the malt extract within a stout. So yeah, Fabian, do you want to take it away with the beer intro?
Yeah. So on the stout, we again. We used the exact same alcohol-free malt extract base as we did for the IPA. We then added a fairly significant amount of roast malt extract into it to add a lot of sort of roast character and burnt character. And then also added some cocoa nibs and some coffee, because we actually found in the original bench recipes that without a fermentation process, some of the sort of more nuanced sort of chocolatey and coffee flavors that come out of the fermentation process when roast malts are used don't carry through without the fermentation process. So we actually added in some of those notes that you would normally get from a fermented roast malt by adding in some cocoa nibs and some coffee beans. We let that sit for a little while. Again, balanced it with balanced sort of the pH levels with some lactic acid, and again added ascorbic acid to give it some oxidation protection, and boiled, filtered, carbonated. This one is not using pellet hops, it's using a traditional 55% alpha acid CO2 extract, just to give it a sort of balanced hop flavor without going too overboard in any direction. I wanted to focus more on the sort of roast notes and what kind of body and mouthfeel you can generate for a stout at a very low sort of inclusion level of different extracts.
So we've got another question, which I'll paraphrase because it's a slightly longer one. It's sort of, what do we think, or how does the alcohol-free beer category, and I know it's quite broad, but as a category, where does it sit within the larger alcohol-free sector? Are we on par with wine, behind wine, or where do you think we sit?
I would go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, I mean, I would say that, you know, alcohol-free beer is striding ahead, particularly of wine. I think it's incredibly difficult to make something that resembles a wine that is alcohol-free. I mean, the alcohol-free spirits sector has kind of got its, really seen some growth in the last couple of years, by hundreds of %, but that's kind of because there wasn't anything before. I think there wasn't anything to kind of build on before. I think alcohol-free beer feels much more established than those at the moment, although I think the spirits category is definitely catching up in terms of what people are familiar with. I don't know what you think, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, alcohol-free beer's been around for a really long time, but it's always been the preserves of the the macro brewers because of the associated costs, and that's that exact reason has held the industry back. And there's been lots of innovation and lots of research into how you can produce sort of fermented 0.5% beers, and some of that's been very successful. So we've seen this little explosion of for want of a better word, sort of craft brewers doing this kind of thing, and I think that's where we have an advantage in the market over other alcohol categories, because certainly the alcohol-free spirits we've seen are either owned by the bigger guys, or they're big sort of private equity backed brands that are going national and stuff like that. So we, with 2,000 brewers who I think all should be producing some variety of low alcohol beer, we can have a really exciting, quick moving and innovative category that none of the other alcohol sectors can quite compete with. And it's been really good within the last sort of 2 years to start to see that happening and start to see so much variety, not just in the flavors that are being produced, but the methods that are being used to make them. So we're sort of, I think we're coming from behind and taking a more grassroots approach, which makes it look like it's not having such a big impact widely, but actually we've got a really got a lot of strength in depth.
I'd probably add on to what Johnny's just said. With one of the things that I've seen from the alcohol-free spirits sort of growth at the moment is the use of a lot of sort of functional ingredients in alcohol-free beverages, where the sort of functional effect of the alcohol in that spirit is then replaced by other ingredients such as caffeine or valerian root or hops to add either sort of an upping or downing effect. And that's something that I think where the spirits industry is actually slightly ahead of what the brewing industry is already doing, and it's something that I believe that the brewing industry will very soon catch up on, and I think it's something that would be quite an interesting option to make an alcohol-free beer that is aimed at your end of the day. I just want to have sit down, have a relaxing beer, but today I don't actually want to drink, but so I'll have one that has potentially chamomile in it that just helps relax without the alcohol in there. And I think that's something that might have quite a bit of potential. And just while I'm speaking, I just saw the question come in from Palmer's Brewery about the weight of extract used per barrel. For the recipes that I've done, it's always averaging around about 7.5 kilos per barrel. Usage rate, that of course isn't sort of fixed. We've done some where it's gone up to 11.5 kilos. We've done some that have been as low as 5. It sort of depends on every brewer's sort of choice of how much body do I want, how much sweetness do I want, how do I want to balance that out with other flavors. But about 7 kilos is where I tend to start my development work.
Cool. Well, I think again time is pressing on, so we will move on to our fourth beer. Sorry to rush everyone. But while we're all pouring those, just a reminder for everyone to keep scoring. Make sure you give us all your feedback on what you think of the beers. So we'll collate all of that and make sure that we can make the most of it and get this product as good as it possibly can be. So next up is our sour beer, which is despite the colours of a green and yellow bottle, I think someone in the team obviously supports Norwich City Football Club. It is a raspberry sour. So yeah, Fabian, do you want to take us away with an intro again?
Yes, so this one, we actually use slightly less of the malt extract as the base for this product, because we replaced about a fifth of it with raspberry puree to give it the fruit base. And my original recipe build had a 4:1 ratio of malt extract to raspberry puree, and then it just said lactic acid to taste. So basically we've done a dilution, added in the two main ingredients, and then try to balance out that typical fermented acidity with sort of a blend of different acids. I used quite a significant amount of lactic acid to just get the pH right, and then we boiled it, added in some, what's this, the hop choice in this one? Hersbrucker hops just for throughout the boil and late boil. And then after the boil, some ascorbic acid again, just to give it that oxidation protection. And well, it went straight to pack. I'm actually quite happy with this one. I've didn't start off as a fan of sour beers, but having done quite a lot of work with sour beers over the last couple of years, I'm starting to enjoy them.
So we touched on earlier sort of some of the stigmas around alcohol-free beers in terms of maybe a slightly thin texture and lacking of flavour. For a brewer, and speaking like from your area of expertise, what would you think is the golden bullet, or the one thing that if a brewer nails on will elevate that alcohol-free beer so it can sit with its alcoholic counterparts? So, Emma, what would you say to that?
I mean, I think it has to be something that's, we were used to just having sort of alcohol-free beer just meant a lager, didn't it? And I think what you've shown in the past few minutes is that and what we've seen from some of the other alcohol-free brewers around at the moment, it can be all sorts of different things. And I think what's interesting about this tasting is from going from the lager that was kind of very much the product to then seeing what you can build in. And I'd be so interested to see how other brewers manage to build in their own style into each of the range. I think one thing for me that really attracts me when I see it in an alcohol-free beer is if you can get it on draft. I think it has to be on tap. I think that's an absolute game changer. If people are able to do that, have that on keg, because I think the days of leaning over the bar looking in a fridge for a really dusty bottle and saying, have you got anything alcohol, is that alcohol free, is that one, rather than it being front and center. I think that's changed people's perception of alcohol-free beer. It makes it accessible, and I think accessibility is the thing. It gives people those choices. It allows somebody to bring, there is still a stigma sometimes, particularly for men in our toxic masculinity society, around drinking alcohol-free beer sometimes. And if they can bring around a drinks back, with their pint as well as everybody else's pint, it makes things a lot easier for people. It's much more accessible, and that's worked really well with things like Adnam's 0.5 Ghost Ship, and even have people sort of alternating between two drinks kind of things, between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. So yeah, I think those are the sort of things that really elevate the category and mean that it's a good choice alongside your alcoholic beer.
I think it's also, like, I totally agree with what Emma's saying, and I think to go a step further, it's also, on one level, we need to associate low alcoholic beers with their alcoholic companions. So exactly like having it on tap, as well as disguising it and making it feel more normal. It's also trying to create this idea of an experience, which is what we talk about so much in marketing. Apparently the millennials, who tragically are getting close to 40, we've always said they're looking for experience, and that's the same all the way down to the next generation. And I think sometimes we make the mistake of trying to create low alcohol beers that are to be compared with full alcohol beers, and without the fermentation, without the alcohol that's in there, it can be really tricky to do. So instead, the greater focus is to try and make a drink that's incredibly enjoyable and experiential. So like with the stout where we were talking about there, and Fabian said, the malt character didn't quite come through, so we put cacao nibs and coffee in. That might have made people go, oh, okay, so it's really hard to make this work, and I'm gonna have to spend money on these different ingredients. But think of the marketing opportunity of going, this is a low alcohol beer made with cacao nibs and artisan coffee from the roastery down the road, and suddenly you've got a really interesting low alcohol product to talk about, or the raspberry puree in this. it's about not saying, I'm sorry, it's only a low alcohol beer. It's about going, this is a low alcohol beer, but look at all this other stuff that we can talk about and do and experience and have fun with, and even create a talking point and start to be proud of the fact that you've come back with a pint of something low alcohol.
Could it get to a point where the low alcohol aspect plays second fiddle to the actual flavour profile that the product is? So, rather than us saying, oh, this is a low alcohol beer that's a stout, it's a stout and it happens to be 0%.
I think for that end of day, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday beer, if you're a normal everyday person and you fancy a beer, I mean, it's already happened with me after my experience with Dry January. I've got 2 or 3 low alcohol beers that are just in the fridge, and I almost don't know until I open the fridge whether I'm going to go for an alcoholic or a non-alcoholic one. So while I think that, it's going to be a real challenge for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to try and create this idea of it doesn't matter whether it's got alcohol in it or not. I think if you're, having a drink on your own or just with a partner or whatever on a quiet night, I think definitely that boundary is blurring slightly now.
So we are sort of nearing the end of our allocated time slot. So take this opportunity to welcome any more questions from the floor, or indeed from Emma or Johnny, if you've got any questions for Fabian or myself.
One there about calories. I don't know if you. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I read that one. I did sort of just try and work it out off the top of my head. I've actually, it's a very, very good question that I hadn't thought about beforehand.
I shouldn't have pointed it out, sorry.
Yeah, I tried to sort of work it out off the top of my head, and the caloric value of these beers, where it should be quite significantly sub 100 calories per 100 ml. What I'll do is, to that specific question, I will work out the exact set of numbers and come back on it in a bit later, and I'll pass it over to Joe, and he'll get it over to the guys at Palmer's. And there is there'll be an email going out to everyone who's taken part today anyway, and I'll just make sure that the team adds the response on the calories to that question specifically.
We've got another question in from Anthony Gladman, who says the guys at Big Drop, so that alcohol-free needs to stop positioning itself as less than alcoholic beer and own a space that alcoholic beer can't. So any thoughts on how brewers out there can go out there and own that space for themselves within the alcohol-free market?
I think it almost goes back to what Johnny had just had mentioned about making, and you yourself, Joe, making the alcohol free the second fiddle, and making it more about what the flavor profile is of the beer I've made. What are the ingredients? What makes this beer special? Similarly to the way that any other beer is sold, you don't sell the beer because it's just an IPA or it's this IPA with these special ingredients. This is what makes my IPA special. And I think it's the same with the NOLO category, where focusing on the NOLO is not really the driving point. If I'm going to go and buy a non-alcoholic beer at the bar, I have already made the decision to go non-alcoholic or alcoholic probably before I've walked up. Whereas the decision which one, I think that it has to be a lot more about what the beer itself can do, not that it's alcohol free.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it goes back to what I was saying. Just it's finding those opportunities to talk about everything except for the alcohol. The decision might have been made, or it might even be, if the beer's that good, slightly irrelevant. So it's finding the most the way to get people excited outside of that, which is where perhaps adjuncts, or as Big Drop and other breweries have done extremely well, talking about the hops that go into it, talk about the malts that go into it, and treat it as if you would a normal beer. Without trying to say it's going to be as good as that, or it's going to be not as good as that. It's talking about its strength, not its supposed weakness.
So on that note, I think should we wrap up the session? And before we do so, I'd like to say a massive thank you again to Emma and Johnny for joining us today. Of course, thank you to SIBA for hosting the event, and we'll be tuning in for the rest of the event for the next couple of days. I hope it all goes well for everyone else out there, and hopefully see you all soon. Not on a screen, hopefully.
Thanks so much for joining us today, Gav. That was an incredibly interesting session. I'm sure that the guys have enjoyed the beers. There's certainly been lots of feedback from people on the chat on YouTube, so please have a look at that. Just like to say that we'll be ending the broadcast for today. We've got a slightly shorter day today. It's a little bit longer tomorrow and the day after, but we'd like to invite everybody along to the networking session, which is going to start happening at 4 o'clock. The link to that's on the website. We've also shared that on social as well and in the chat on YouTube. That networking session is not broadcast, so that's just going to be a kind of socializing for delegates of the session. So we're going to end the broadcast after this session, and then we'll start again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. It's actually me tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. So talking web shops and user experience and kind of optimizing your web shops as a brewer. So yeah, thanks very much again, guys. And yeah, see you shortly for a beer at the bar.